Welcome back, folks. It is day 298. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は298日目です。We are wrapping up Unit 78. This is probably going to be the last unit I'm going to do for a little bit because it's very close to day 300. And I'm gonna attempt to use around a couple of days around 300 to like summarize and review and kind of wrap up like the last 100 days. So this is probably the last in a bit of like novel exposure. So we're gonna switch over to practice mode to spend the time in this time slot to try to work up and go over all the stuff that we learned the last 100 or so days, right? Which is interesting because life kind of works out that way, huh? So there's this little glowy duo that's waving right now. So I wasn't aware of this, but honestly, that should have came across my mind when I was talking about Wanikani. So I can understand now why there are individuals who would buy the annual subscription, because this show up apparently they did this the last 2 years, which kind of lines up with also how Wanikani does things. So you can now here's something to keep in mind, right? Oftentimes when we think about marketing strategies, this is a percentage, right? So then you have to understand what is the rate with respect to. So it's with respect to the 12th month plan, which is 60% off of the original price of the 12-month plan, right? And I think this actually comes out to $60 USD, right? And $60, that would come up to five USDs per day, right? And honestly, my Japanese course still has 6 or 7 months plus or minus anything else that's going on, as well as whatever the Spanish course is. And now hear me out here, it gets even deeper because the Spanish course is one of the courses that have a max function, which also is a subscription based thing. But in order to have access to max, you must have super as well, or have some sort of super thing, I think, to be offered a chance. I don't know yet. They're rolling out max right now, and the max functions and stuff are for Spanish and French for English speakers. So it's very I talked about this a little bit, it was exciting and all that, but since I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, these features do not filter to these yet, right? However, 5 USDs per day, that's a 60 USDs. I want to give a little perspective on how I view value system, as to why I feel like we're probably going to do this, because it's going to lock us in for 1 year. So Wanikani has a lifetime subscription, right? So that I've already shared that I invested in a lifetime subscription, and will be using it at some point. And this lifetime subscription was discounted as a New Year's thing in this sense, which laps over like a 2-year period of budgeting, right? This rate is about similar to this rate when it comes to the life. Now, when you think about $60 USD, I often think about how regular and what time and how often you invest in using the product. Well, now that I have over nearly a year, coincidentally, I have nearly a year usage of Duolingo. The question is, how much is that $60 value? For me, if I were to place a value on that from my particular things, right? For example, let's just talk about game expenses. A game expense, I often give the minimum requirement. It's a really high threshold, $1 per hour, right? From a game perspective. And that is one of the closest value that you can evaluate based on the time frame. So, for example, like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza, which I bought, is the only one that I'm buying on launch. It's the reason why I picked up language learning at the end of the day. It is 80, right? And oftentimes, like a Dragon game averages about 3x that in hours, right? So if I were asking myself, do I get the baseline $1 per hour in Duolingo? Well, it's no secret or anything. Over this past almost 300 days, I would say we're over 2,000 hours plus, right? So less than a year. So will I get 2,000 hours more over the next year? Well, the odds are probably 99.9% likely, right? So consider this my approval and investment, because I really do believe, and it's a coincidence because I was tackling this question about how do I get to test whatever they're doing with Max, right? And then all the other things. Yeah, kind of worked out. Really interesting. We'll probably start this when I start reviewing tomorrow and whatnot. Just as a disclaimer, I'm more saying this stuff to myself than anyone else. But in case anyone was interested on me making a financial decision, that's one of the more common relevance when it comes to voluntary usage, especially when it comes to app usage or technology usage. When things are subscription based, I do a rough estimate on where my thresholds are, and I tend to put it at, right, $1 per hour. It's actually much. This threshold is something from a pre-internet era. I feel that many nowadays do not have this requirement. It's a lot more than this. Like, if they spend, like, for example, a video game, if they bought a game at launch for, like, say $70, right? $70. Oftentimes the expectations are compared to like a freemium product. Yeah, I know, apples and oranges. They're a freemium product. So when they think what that $70 pays for is at least until they are bored. That's kind of like the decision making situation. And you might be thinking, well, how do you know when they're going to be bored? Like, you don't. So that's kind of the situation of satisfaction that marketers, right, people who are selling, have to contend with, right? At the same time, this also reveals that that person themselves do not quite know what it is that they expect or reach satisfaction. For me, $1 per hour. I think it's a reasonable place. So whenever I think about, like, for example, Netflix subscriptions and whatnot, the question is, will I be using it more than $1 per hour for the hour to reach the value of that subscription, right? This is a thing that catches, that forms the baseline that catches all my catches my decision making. For example, it could be way better, but generally it can't be worse than this. So when I choose to do something, I set a realistic foundation of satisfaction and then work up from there. Oftentimes, people, in my opinion, work with an expectation to be reached. I enter a decision making where when I invest, I go up from the investment. So am I willing to pay $60 for a year of Super Duolingo? Absolutely. In this context. So I don't want to, I'm saying this because I do get a lot of questions about this, and it's quite relevant. Did I pay for premium? Up to this point, I've used a grand total of $0 with Duolingo, and I still spend most of my time talking about and exposing people and talking about how people can interact with Duolingo, not necessarily like promoting the idea that you should spend money, etc. However, I like what they're doing, and honestly, I wasn't expecting this at all, so that's kind of a pleasant surprise. That's the thing about expectations, right? If I go to a movie theater, one little like share, since it's the end of the year, right? Slight share is that how did I get this $1 per hour? Well, it actually kind of started when movies were a thing. When you go to the theater, right? And even after the theater, it was like a bowling thing. Oftentimes when you're doing an activity, you're wondering, how much is the value of your time? And when you're satisfied during that time. So if you go to a movies, back in my day, movie tickets are about, in matinee time, about $5. $5, right? So when you go to watch a fantastic movie, they're usually less than 2 hours. We'll just round up to 2 hours. So if you're doing $5, that's 2.5 USDs per hour, right? Now we have to account for the value of this dollar in today's time. So largely that has become more and more normalized because the dollar has become actually even less valuable per se because of inflation and all that stuff. So in a way, my standards actually went up in terms of expectations. So like many others, my drift did happen. However, it is still well below average. Saying $1 per hour is almost unrelatable nowadays because I'm coming from a position of possible privilege, I suppose, like privileged enough to understand that I'm willing to pay an hour for $1 an hour for use of a product. Some might say Netflix subscriptions are too expensive, right? And whatnot. I would argue there might be a big dissonance between how often people use things and how much is worth in value. So for me, this is an interesting proposition, and I think we're just gonna seal the deal, right? $60. I think Wanikani was somewhere around 150 or something. I'll have to check. For the lifetime payment, right? So pretty neat. Pretty neat. I can kind of see how people get locked into a year of Duo. Now, I wanted to. This is the story I brought for today, right? So psychologically, there are a bunch of threads, obviously, about how this is a waste of money and whatnot. My thought is, huh, this is unintentional, obviously, but I don't know if people who talk about the value system, if they consider the angle psychologically of obligation, so a monetary obligation, right? Now, I know this doesn't change the experience. It doesn't, super doesn't dramatically change the experience at the moment. Like if I was being incredibly forward about this. However, there's something different about monetary obligation. So I almost argue it would be really interesting to think about it from a different angle. And this angle would be that if you bought this, right? If you buy this now, it's discounted. You get the feeling, the nice feeling that you saved 60% off the, if you were to subscribe every month, right? The price of every month to month is $13 a month, right? That is where that 60% comes from. This comes down to $5 a month. So that is 60% of the monthly month-to-month subscription. The idea is, well, now we're talking about a situation where when someone says, I'm going to buy a year, there is a monetary obligation to use a product, right? Oftentimes, when you use a product, it is very much dependent on what content is available, per se. Like, if I subscribe, I don't know if you can or not, but if you subscribe to like Netflix for a year, what are the guarantees that in that year's time you would consume products, right? There's going to be a time where the content is going to be a drought period and you wouldn't use it at all, and then you have this bad feeling. So you kind of try to obligate yourself to try to find something interesting. Well, here's an interesting thing to consider when it comes to Duolingo. Now you're in the process of learning, right? And when you think about learning, minus the expectations, the idea is the more you use it, the likely you're supposed to have a net positive change, right? In like learning, you learn something. So use is proportional to how obligated you are to using the product. Netflix, on the other hand, that is almost guaranteed to be reaching an expectation, like a baseline expectation, and it can dip and it can go up, it can dip, it can go up, right? And your idea was that if you to guarantee the value, you're expecting that it always goes up in terms of your expectations. Like you're getting a value to match whatever whatever value inputted. Here, on the other hand, it can be used as a way to enforce you, like, okay, you've already paid for this, so get to going, right? Oh, there, Lotus. Get to going, right? And my thought was, so now we have a chicken or the egg question. If someone told you that you had to buy this anyways, how more likely are you going to try to get the value out of it by taking ownership of your learning than not? This is a byproduct, obviously. This is a coincidence because they're selling a product. So that's kind of the one thing. The funny difference here, in my opinion, is like it reminds me of going to college. Like the mentality, the different mindset going into college. you pay tuition, right, before the fact, and is constituted as an obligation, then the consistency in which people try to get value out of a college education is largely due to the big window, the monetary obligations that come before going at it, right? So, here, it's very similar in that way. It's not this hasn't came up in a long time. Like, what I mean is, my purchase this year for Wanikani and Duolingo reminds me of a time when I was forward investing in my development. It was not an investment in entertainment, right? However, I want to make it clear that when I buy a video game, I still, to a lot of great extent, consider it a forward investment. When I play a video game nowadays, I have ideas of constructively making it into something that is going to be part of me. It's not strictly to pass time or for enjoyment. Enjoyment and pleasure comes from using the product constructively. So, I have to make this clear, largely the nature that I think a lot of individuals, I would say the vast majority of people, when they make voluntary purchases, is not in this mindset where, like, what can I do with the product that I'm buying, like, constructively, as opposed to how long will this product satisfy me without me inputting anything, right? Video games are slightly a little skewed to the other end because you do have to play the video game. So it's encouraged that you input something of yourself. That's what makes, in my opinion, video games engaging and rewarding. You are mandatorily already expected to put some part of you into the video game. On the other hand, when you're watching movies and Netflix and shows, it's not a default to have to actively invest your efforts into it. You are paying for something that is supposed to give you something in return, matching its value. Duolingo, Wanikani, and those things, the expectation of getting the value also involves you inputting effort, right? And I'm kind of curious in the future how my perspective is going to change about this, but I genuinely still feel that even products like Duolingo and Wanikani and stuff, when people buy something, they're continuously extending from the idea that these products are supposed to do something for you, and that's it. Like, what I mean is, that is the limit of these products, as in there's no emergent property in the product. If the product doesn't offer service, then it doesn't do that. So, like, expecting a tool to do something that it's not designed to is a baseline for negative feedback, right? How do you feel about using a popular payment model in a learning game? Well, it's an app and it's a payment model. How do I feel is it's very appropriate because it's an ongoing project. It's what does Duolingo give you? It just gives you these. It's right here. That's what they give you. Or let's say, what do you have when you pay versus when you don't at all? Just these things. It's on the screen. Maybe a few other things, but these are the highlights. That's it. Before you came in, I think you missed my whole spiel about expectations and what you get for payment. I actually would give Duolingo $60 for nothing. because I have already used Duolingo for more than my threshold of using a product for free. So that kind of basically your question illustrates exactly my point of how people make product decisions, right? My spiel here that lead into is I was thinking, well, by default, it will take me more than a year before I complete even the Japanese course might even be close to another year. So by default, I'm already using the product that long. I'm close to 300 days already. I have already used the product for possibly more than a year. So yes, they give you these things, but I wouldn't say it's necessary to convince me to purchase the product in the first place. Now, I was talking about how this is a coincidence, that, hey, it's an extra thing, because I kind of wanted to know how I would want to demonstrate that I invest in a product that I use. So what does Duolingo give you? It gives you unlimited hearts, no ads. You get this legendary thing in time challenges, which is actually specifically referring to the mobile version, not actually the desktop version. When it comes to the legendary thing is true. The time challenges is only available on the mobile product, and I don't actually use my smartphone too often, so that's kind of irrelevant. And the mistake reviews are there for the 2 courses I have. So how does that affect your learning curve? It doesn't. You learn regardless if the product does it give you much more of an advantage? The advantage is whatever you make of your learning skills. I don't think any tool gives you an advantage if you are not invested in your learning. So the answer is it really doesn't. It doesn't provide an advantage or anything, really. You can always practice. You can always skip ads or watch them if you want. You can do the challenges yourself, I suppose, by remembering the prompts. You can review the mistakes yourself and keep track of the mistakes yourself if you don't want to. So I guess the advantage is asking yourself if you're lazy, right, and unmotivated. Because I know that most people don't use Duolingo for that long that you can really benefit from this payment. This payment is $60 USD for a year. And I've explained this already, so I'm going to explain it again. If you place your perspective, how much use that long, right, that you stretched it out, how much do you value off of a product in a unit time, right? So my threshold is 1 USD per hour. So if I ask myself, am I going to use Duolingo for 60 hours in the next year? The answer is yes. Almost 99.9% chance that's here. Do you think the average person is going to use Duolingo for $60 for 60 hours in the following year after committing psychologically to a subscription for $60 a year? When you say because you know that most people don't use Duolingo for that long, I would disagree, and I think the people that you know, yes, possibly won't use it for that long, but I actually think people look at Duolingo for more than 60 hours a year. How did they come up with this? Well, this is my threshold. Let's make an argument. So 15 minutes a day is fairly, I think we'll go 5 minutes a day, right? 5 minutes a day, 365 days, right? Is that more than 60 hours? And I already made the argument for myself that this is actually above average criteria, 1 USD per hour for a service, right? actually most people would say maybe 1 USD per 5 hours, because that's how unreasonable people are, in my opinion. However, this would be very, very conservative. However, let's say if it reaches that. So 5 minutes, 365 days, right? I'm bad with math, so we're going to pull up a calculator. Pull up a calculator. 365. That's 1. And then we're going to divide by 60. Right? To get our hours. But if you use Duolingo for 5 minutes a day, you can just the free version though. You can. Because the lives fill up quick enough. You can actually even more. You can practice. You can practice for hearts at any time. And it's additional practice. It might feed into your 5 minutes a day if you want it. Yeah. So what are you paying for? If you make that argument all the time, then don't pay for anything. You're asking what this payment can give you, right? And I was talking about psychological motivation. You can have these things if you're paying for that, or you cannot have those things. So basically paying for it when you use it that less, let's be clear here, Lotus. You literally said how long someone would use to benefit from this payment, right? So the criteria you're using is length of time. And so I need a criteria for value of length of time. So 1 USD per day. And now the question is, the thing you paid for, no ads, unlimited hearts, free entry, time challenges, review your mistakes, are those in fact in effect for the length of time that I was specifying, which is, oh, not per day, per hour, right? The answer is yes. I would argue that. Your initial argument is that people will not use it for that long. Okay? So my argument is, I think that's untrue. However, now we changed the game. Now you're talking about the value of the unlimited hearts, right? The unlimited hearts. If people do not pay for this, what are the changes or differences? Well, not much, actually. Not much. Because the hearts fill up passively if they're doing 5 minutes a day. And you can actually fill it up whatever you want. Right? You can fill it up by practicing. And this practicing will constitute and contribute to that 5 minutes a day. Right? So that is true. So the answer is, if you're paying for this, will it change this? The answer is yes. It will still change this. And people will still continue to use for the 1 USD per hour. Now, the question is that less or more? Well, it's more, right? Because the features are active. Now, here's an even bigger thing. You can even turn this off. Those things will start being beneficial when you actually have an advantage of the free over the free version. Those benefits will actually, well, it's not about advantage. You are asking what you are paying for. You take advantage of it based on you. So you have decided it is not advantageous. What you're paying for exists the entire time. So it is your expectation of an advantage. The feature that you're paying for exists the entire time. Like, there's no question when you pay this, you get this, you get this, you get this, you get this. Your value system is based on if you can take advantage of it. And I do not necessarily make purchase decisions based on that. Okay, but let's look at it from this perspective. Okay, go on. I mean, even though you're refusing to look at it from my perspective, I will entertain your perspective. I'll go on while you're like typing up your thoughts. How many hearts do you have when you don't pay and how fast they fill up? Okay. So I'll give you those information. You have 5 hearts. It's capped at 5 hearts. The timer is 5 hours to restore a heart. And the average practice, so you can practice at any time to get a heart back. And the average practice is about 5 minutes for 1 heart. Here's the information. Okay. There you go. That's the information you have to work on. How do you lose hearts? Any errors? Now, I can give you an anecdotal. The comprehensive rate for Duolingo is approximately 95%. So you can argue that, let's actually make it easier and say 90%. So that means when you do prompts, 9 out of 10 prompts, you'll probably get a right answer. And then 1 out of 10 prompts, you'll probably get a wrong answer. And what is the average number of prompts per lesson? Like 1 lesson, right? 1 lesson. I would say around 10. Let's just keep it simple. It's around 10 prompts. Now, what these prompts contain kind of varies, so let's not go too hard. So you might lose one heart on average per lesson, and each lesson, it's approximately 5 minutes. I would say it's probably this is for me, it's probably 10 minutes. 10 minutes a lesson. This is for people who are like really strictly restricted to 5 minutes. We're talking about like as low as it can get. So we can say you get an estimate of 25-minute practice on the free version a day. Yes. 25 minutes a day on free version. Go on. So the paid model will start being beneficial for you as soon as you get more practice in those 25 minutes per day. Possibly. It could go longer. Yep. I can use your perspective. Let's extend your perspective. So now you're doing a hypothetical where you're saying, what is a way to reach beneficial, right? So now let's do some hypotheticals. If you know you have unlimited hearts, what is the propensity of someone going greater than 25 minutes a day? So your model, your perspective is now presuming something about the user's behavior when purchasing into a model, because you did ask me, how does this affect your learning curve? What advantages and disadvantages you have? Well, if we're talking about assuming what the person is going to behave theoretically, I am assuming I will behave at minimum the way I'm already currently behaving, and that is why that's what the model is going to be applied to. Now, if we have a hypothetical person who has already do this, so you're assuming this person will behave the same when they buy this model, theoretically, this is how much it would require to get an advantage, right? The question is now then, what is the advantage of knowing you have unlimited hearts? I don't really think of it this way. I'm entertaining your perspective, right? You're talking about hypothetical behavior before or not, like after purchasing and not purchasing. And that is very difficult to predict. So when someone buys something and know that they have unlimited hearts, does that affect their duration in which they play? Not talking about the literal math behind it. Certainly you can tell yourself 25 minutes a day is how much I need to get done to get the advantage, right? So here you go. Now, imagine this. This is the psychology that, hold on, I get my turn too, right? So imagine that you just told someone that you need to do 25 minutes a day on the free version to be equivalent to eventually taking advantage of the super. Now the person has to ask themselves, do they have 25 minutes a day to take advantage of this, right? At least a rational person would. Like, if I'm buying this, do I have 25 minutes a day? Now the question is, if you were using the free version, you're saying, oh, well, I can do 5 minutes a day because I don't need to obligate myself to take advantage of anything. And then you know that if you buy this, you're going to have to do 25 days. So your commitment is, so maybe I'll do 30 or 40 minutes. Let's see if I can make time for that. If I can't, I'm not going to buy super. If I can, I'll buy super, and I will be doing more than 5 minutes a day because I bought super. Psychologically, that would be advantageous. Monetarily, that would be disadvantageous. As in, like, you'd be paying for a service that you otherwise wouldn't use. Fair enough. So when I was talking about this earlier, before you decided to like make a lot of conditions, which I have counter arguments for, I was talking about the two sides of making a purchasing decision: the psychological obligation and the monetary obligation. So I did cover the monetary obligation. It's pretty much what you say. I'm in total agreement that if you, the user, do not use what you pay for, there are no advantages to be gained at all. So when you go buy your car and you leave it in the lot for the rest of your life, there is no value, no advantage, the disadvantage is you lost your money, right? The money is sitting in the lot. right? So a subscription service will always depreciate over time because the less you use it, the less value you get out of it. If we're talking about strictly the objective nature of measuring time. Now the question is, what was the point I was trying to make was the psychological part and the behavioral part of buying something like this. Now you can go if you want. So the paid model will start being beneficial per day. So we would actually need all the user data to feed your perspective and get further into it. Yes, you would. And I would too. Not only that, you have to make a decision on buying something without all the quote unquote data. However, I want to keep in mind that my perspective is not dependent on the data itself, but on the perspective of the buyer. You are making an argument that you can distill people's behavior based on rational data. As in, if you can convince someone that they have to do 25 minutes a day, and what happens is that you treat the person as though they do not have subjective emotions, right? And I totally find that incredibly attractive, but it can use both, right? A subjective way of making decisions and an objective way to make decisions. So without saying too much, I probably, even if we have all the data, all the user data, I probably agree with you in a monetary standpoint that there is absolutely no monetary gain for buying super. I actually said that way before. I haven't spent any money on Duolingo, by the way, up to this point. And I've talked about this quite a bit. The super feature, in fact, most of the super features of this is really regarding the mobile app, which I don't use very often. I only used it once or twice in the year because I was away. Like traveling, right? Most of this actually doesn't even apply to the like inconveniences of the desktop, right? So that is fair game. The question is, I was asking myself, what happens when someone buys into this, right? So we have to also consider that there is data that you can't predict. I mean, they have data too, so that's actually a really good question. It would be a great question to ask the developers if they disclose that kind of thing. Like the one stat that they gave. Here's the one stat that they gave, and it's an advertisement stat, and obviously it's filtered, right? It's filtered is to make Duolingo look advantageous. Okay, so the one stat they do, and it has like no magnitude or raw data to it, right? They say Duolingo super users are 4.2 times more likely to complete their lesson, right? So yes, this sounds like a favorable thing, but what the heck does 4.2 times what mean? Like, is it one lesson? Like a 4.2 times one lesson, that could be huge. Largely due to the other option is 0 lessons, right? Or is it like 15 lessons? Unfortunately, that's marketing, right? Like using percentages and multipliers. So yeah, I'm very apprehensive about this. But that is one thing that they do share openly when it comes to advertising super. I guess people are more likely to complete it. Fair enough. I mean, they'll have some sort of data and they do the offers to attract more people. Yes, exactly. And they do offers based on how that would happen. And our pricing is probably based on those metrics. I agree. However, they're not the one making the decision to buy the product, right? But they do, and actually the CEO in their interviews And I mean, we also didn't talk about the option that when you only learn on weekends for hours and hours, yeah. It's a behavioral question. So the behavioral question is that when you make a decision, do you consider your behavior or do you consider monetary gains and expectations? There are a lot of people doing that, including you. Yes, for sure. So here's my thought. When you purchase this, right, you have made the decision that you calculated the amount of hours that you would do otherwise you were going to do. So you're basically asking yourself and assuming that your behavioral pattern will persistently be the same when you purchase this product, right? Or any product for that matter. We're basically using Duolingo subscription model, like payment model, because you mentioned popular payment models. So you're probably referring to like Netflix and all the other types of, I don't expect my behavioral pattern to stay the same, right? So when I buy, so it gives you some sort of luxury to choose that you can learn as much as you want it and whenever you want it. Exactly. So that I ask myself, is that worth it, Lotus? So I think you made an excellent point. So my question is that worth it? And that's a great question. So that would be a question that I would find I have to ask myself, like, how much of the thing would demotivate me? How do I leverage this? That's again up to the user. Yeah, exactly. So when you ask me how does this affect me, it's not advantageous. It's not that advantageous. I'm already doing most of these things myself when I was using the free version. Now I have to ask myself, well, what happens if I don't need to do this anymore? As in, how much time did I already spend doing this? And then what are the pros and cons of not doing it myself? Like reviewing mistakes. Does that save me time? Yes, it does save me time. Does it help my learning? And this was a big one because I talk about this all the time, due to the nature that pretty much everyone likes to correct me every single time and every single day because it's like a habit formation here. Like usually tools are responsible for guiding your mistakes and reviewing your weak points, right? This is a convenience. So for me, it saves time if I don't have to keep track of my mistakes. So what can I do with that extra time? I could do more lessons in a shorter amount of time, right? Or I could do something else with the mistakes. So now that they track my mistakes, I could use a different method to further engage with the mistakes, right? So what I see here are ways to liberate and change the way I'm learning, right? Ads, it's insignificant, it's negligible, so I can't really, you hit the enter key. I hit the space or the enter key like one extra time. That's not really disruptive. Free entry to legendary, I might do something with that, possibly. That would change up my behavioral pattern, right? Maybe one day, like this coming day, I need to review all my stuff for my big review that I'm doing about Duolingo's last 100 days. I could do legendaries across all the things that I have done. That would be something I don't actually do at all in the literal sense. However, it's no different than challenging yourself, in my opinion, active recalling this stuff and constructing your own things. It might be a little bit more than that, actually. Time challenges are irrelevant to me because I don't use the mobile app. Time challenges are only available on the mobile app. And then unlimited hearts. Well, I changed my behavior. If when I have unlimited hearts, my approach is different. My approach is more experimental. And I tend to do things like cross-checking, low, like alternative solutions and stuff, you know, things that deal with it, right? When I have limited hearts, then my behavioral pattern will be adjusted accordingly. So what do I gain from this is tailored to me. So as opposed to making a statement, right? Like when you were making a statement, I think you were referring to more than, like, you're referring to a general audience. I'm not making a recommendation to any general audience. The statements that I made were things that I consider, right? So if it suits you and it kind of fits whatever you're thinking about, then it might be relevant. Describing what I consider is very different than recommending something. So my perspective are those in mind. Oftentimes when someone suggests that these are more important or these are important, I agree with you most of the time. Whether they are relevant to me or not, it's worth discussing. So when it comes to buying this, from my perspective, I'm actually paying back. So here's my kind of differing opinion. These subscription models, especially for Duo, you make an argument that when you buy something, like for example for Duo, you start from a value system of 0, right? So when you buy something, it has to meet the value. That's what the graph I was drawing, the value you purchase, right? So $60 USD. I totally understand though. I really totally understand this type of perspective. When you're buying something at this very point, right? At this very point in your time, you are suggesting that when you make a purchase from now till 1 year, you want to eclipse this value so that you don't feel like you got robbed or like you didn't get your value, right? You want to, for me, I want to show you my perspective right now. I started at 0 and I am at 300 days. So my starting point is right here at 300 days. So when someone asks me, what is the value, my perceived value right now, my perceived value is here. And then this purchase of super, right? This purchase of super, when I buy it, it's starting here. So where is the value of $60 right now? Well, I know that I will use hearts and time as a measure because those are kind of important to our discussion. Hearts, I probably lost 10% hearts multiplied by probably 5 minutes, right? Or that's a bad idea. 1 heart per 5 minutes. This is all dividing my 2,000 hours. Or not 2,000. It's 2,000. It's technically 2,000 hours times 60 minutes. So I approximately have lost this amount of hearts, right? Whatever that value, however we can equate that. And then the time is about 2,000 hours. just to give a ballpark. So is this greater than spending $60 now, right? After the fact. So I would place in my mind, we'll just guesstimate, the value that I'm of $60 is let's just say it's a slightly below where I am right now, right? So if I spend $60 now, will it meet my expectation of the value of Duolingo in a year? Well, the answer is yes. It probably will if I change nothing. If I change nothing, because I already know across a 0 to 300, the value of the free version is what I've gathered for free. As in, I did not pay the product to have access to the product. And therefore, I'm actually paying for a product that I have already used for 300 days, right? The reason why I say this is because businesses would not exist if there aren't individuals who pay forward first or invest forward first. And I am not one of those people. I am not a person who paid forward in Duolingo. So if you are one of these people, all your criticisms and your data is fair game. It is fair game if you're at 0 and you're deciding whether you want to buy this product. All the rationale and I agree wholeheartedly. All those are very important because you're starting at 0. Your value system is 0. Duolingo has provided 0 value for you. If so, when someone's like making a recommendation, hey, should I start Duo? Should I start Duo now and buy this and start Duo? The value is 0. So the sky's the limit. The pits is the bottom limit. You have no idea if Duolingo is useful to you or not because it's very heavily dependent on the user's ability, right? But a little bit before you came in, I was summarizing the value that I already had from Duo. So for me, I know exactly the baseline value that I'm going to get over a year. So for me, not speaking for other users, my recorded 300 days is a representation of $60 worth of value, roughly speaking. So if anyone wanted to know what $60 worth of value is to me over the course of a year, they can kind of super speed and skim through all the videos, or they have been here chatting with me. So for me, even if Duo gave me nothing, my experience with Duo up to this point was worth more than $60 USD. That's kind of a difference in mentality, kind of a difference in mindset, because we live in a world of freemium products. So I'm more on the mindset of paying back. However, what's nice that we talked about is that I'm paying back the value. I'm paying back the value, but I get more. I get extra stuff. So all this is extra, right? So now I'm up here. Where can I go from my baseline? My 300 days of practice that I'm consistent about. Where can I go? I can only go up. It could be like really, really tiny, but it will still meet my expectations because my expectations are all of this stuff is free. Like what I mean is this is extra. So I don't mind supporting something that I already know I've gotten the value out of. That's kind of how I approach live service models, right? How much value did I get already? Because you're allowed to use the product before you buy in. This is the future. This is like the popular business model. They convince you that in the future based on your prior experience. With that said, though, it doesn't always work very well because the vast majority of people, which I agree with you, go back to proposition 0. As in, at this very moment, when you're looking at the screen, you're saying, what do I have to gain from this? Without any consideration of what you have done before, right? Because this product, when you say free, the free version, and everything you know about the free version, that is not someone who's at 0. That is someone who used the free version to figure out what they have to gain. Now, if we're really solely taking it from the perspective of someone who's at 0, then they would be saying, I have no idea. How can I inform my decision? So then you do go to data, right? You ask someone else, and then they would have to explain their prior experience and then what they have to gain in their experience. And that's what I'm explaining here. So the hypothetical that I would really love to know is, what would Duo look like if it wasn't free? Right? And my thought was, maybe we should ask the Wanikani devs. Which is the other thing I purchased this year, by the way, on the Christmas sale. Or like the New Year sale. I purchased a lifetime payment. And guess what? I actually used the same logic and rationale that you used. Only I used Duolingo as a transcribable experience. So in Wanikani, I have 0 experience with Wanikani. No experience whatsoever. No personal experience. I might have seen a screenshot or two, and then like some other people mention Wanikani that kind of describe what it's useful for them. I literally bought a lifetime subscription. And then it's some arbitrary value up here, right? Because I have no experience. So the question is, does it ever get up there? And how long would it take to like get that value, right? And then we have to keep in mind the time I spent also subtracts from the value, because your time has value as well, right? We must not forget that our time on this planet and our mortal lives have value. So does the time eclipse the amount of value of your time? Yeah. Well, if it's a lifetime screen, that's very hard to say. I know, right? Exactly. So even from the zero, it ends up becoming dependent on the user. And for me, how do I use what I know about that? Well, I have some Duolingo data. I also have a lifetime experience so far, maybe like we're going to say 20 years of experience with formal education. So then we have to extrapolate from a formal education. Even if you start 6 years later, you can get a value from it. Exactly. Now, we're not talking about if you can get value. We're talking about if you reach the value of your purchase, right? So I use the same logic that you used, where you ask yourself, okay, so how much time you're willing to commit? In that time, what do users get from it? How do I get to this value within a committed time? And then can I commit to that time? So yes, I have laid most of this out. So for Wanikani's project, I laid out the project for Wanikani in order to navigate at least a minimal requirement to reach the value of, I think it's the $150 USD. So it's a great mental exercise when it comes to decision making. To see if you reach the value is just comparing products that are similar to each other. Yes, and I have Duolingo experience. Well, it's to reach a value, compare products that you have experience with, not you compare products in a void without personal experience. Because then you're going back to the whole idea of eliminating the user condition again. That's like kind of buying That's like kind of buying into a popular model because you decided not to think about it yourself. That's if that's what you meant, then we're on the same page. So you compare it. So the reason why I was able to make a Wanikani decision is because I have Duolingo experience. But hear me out here. Oftentimes, decisions are not made this way. I feel like you're a very logical person, a very rational person. You wouldn't still be here if you aren't, right? In my opinion, because this can be exhausting and laborious. And then you use both service and to see which better is for you. Yes, exactly. And here's a bonus. Here's a bonus. Now, I already mentioned that it's a 0 value, right? It's a 0 starting value for Wanikani, right? And then, but technically, if I use my 300 value, this might be a higher starting point. We'll just say like, we'll give it like a 10-day half start, right? Because the value is higher largely due to the influence of using a different product, right? Now, when I think of both services, you're suggesting my purpose is to find out which one is better for me. My perspective, so let's swap the perspective. My perspective, which is the way I treat learning in general, which most people keep saying they believe in, but they don't make decisions based on that, is that now I have a graph of Duo plus Wanikani. And now the value system is a combination of both of them. And because it's Duo and Wanikani, the value system actually starts higher. And now I'm eclipsing the delta of both of them combined. And the question is, what I do with the both of them combined? It's not the same as treating Duo and Wanikani separately and then comparing them in that way. That's not the intent, but you can definitely do that. You can definitely do that as an experiment, right? If you're a content creator, you can most definitely try to compartmentalize the two. My ultimate goal is I like to support products. My goal is to accumulate experiences in more than one thing, because oftentimes when you see more than one thing, you gain cumulative experience as opposed to seeing which one is better. And then it leads to what you said later. You would just see if you can get something out of both. Now the question is, do you get something out of both individually or together? Right? Lots of times people would compartmentalize. Duo can only do plus or minus. Wanikani can only do plus or minus. What if you do? What about their interactions with each other? I mean, at the end of the day, your goal is to learn the language you want to, and if that is achieved, you got all of the value out of it. I disagree. That's not all the value you can achieve based on goals. You can achieve goals that you don't even know yet. So if we're talking about hidden potentials, cost, and risk, I would include all the possibilities. For example, you learn Japanese and you're like, oh yeah, I really like Japanese, but because I use Duo and Wanikani and Duo has Chinese, it makes me want to learn Chinese. And then I ended up learning Chinese in addition. So your value exceeded what you expected originally. It's emergent property due to using more than one thing. What you described, in my opinion, so it's basically just a bonus. It's not basically just a bonus. I mean, for a goal-oriented person, yes, it's basically a bonus because you didn't expect it. I expect my goals to change. So I look for opportunities. So it's even better scenario than what I just mentioned. Exactly. But hear me out. When you are goal oriented, like long distance goal oriented in terms of value proposition, most of the time it can only be this good. Largely because if you're constantly reaching your goal, the nice thing about learning the language is that it's a nebulous goal, so it can accommodate a lot of things. So in this case, it's not it's fine, it's negligible, right? What I like to think is that yes, the goals are great, but I expect to be more competent and more successful as I'm going because I can't possibly know everything I'm going to encounter. It can be worse too. Don't get me wrong. It can actually be worse. Now, you might be thinking, what is worse than the goal? You fail the goal. Now, the question is, does failure mean loss in value? Well, it would be for someone who only focuses on goal-oriented and goal-oriented propositions. It wouldn't be for someone who's always looking for opportunities to make it worth your while. Failing is if you give up. No, I would disagree, but failing is giving up when you don't want to. It isn't failing if you know when to give up and why you gave up or something else. When you change directions, it can be seen as either giving up or knowing that there is a better opportunity. I mean, you can't fail if you don't give up. Well, that's true, but you can't. That's like, I don't see how that's relevant to this. In both cases, okay. I agree with you. That's like a absolute statement. If you can't fail if you don't give up, but you're assuming that people don't give up. People do give up, but they can give up in different ways. How can you fail to learn a language? You give up. You just said that. You can't fail if you don't give up. Well, if you give up, you fail to learn a language according to goals. Are you telling me that people don't feel like they failed to learn, quote unquote, learn a language? I would probably argue that people feel that they fail to learn a language all the time. The difference here is I would call it stopping. All right, let's change up the semantics. You're basically telling people how they feel, so stopping is the same. They stop to learn it. Congratulations. You redefine the semantics of how people still feel like they failed to learn a language. It involves stopping learning the language. So when you ask, how can you fail to learn language? Ask someone. They stop learning a language. So now it's both. They stop learning the language, so they fail to learn a language. Semantically, to those people, that's the same, right? So now, how does this relate to the difference between goal-oriented and process-oriented thinking, right? How is it when I see someone stop learning, I suppose, what are the opportunities of learning from this? So if you stopped one thing, can you start another thing? And then you're thinking, well, that means they didn't give up. It's like, well, they originally, quote unquote, stopped learning, in which they gave up. However, if we flip the script and have someone thinking in terms of the process, they would see it as a process. So where one stops, another begins, right? It's like a continuum. When you're starting over again, you keep thinking you start at 0. Well, when you stop something, say up here, and you stop right here, and you start on a new thing, do you think you start at 0? Or do you have residual gain from whatever you had prior, right? So that's kind of like someone who stops Duolingo and moves to Anki. Now, for my anecdotal experience, when people stop Duolingo, it's a waste of time, because then you're back to 0. So you go to Anki and it feels like they started from 0 again, right? So that's the things I mean, these are a couple perspectives that I would consider relevant to people's choice in paying for stuff and whatnot. Like, for example, a bad purchase. Well, it was a bad purchase, so I'll stop doing that now. Right? I'll stop doing that because my goals were not reached. So I didn't get the value of this purchase. It's a bad purchase, so I will stop doing it. So when you go to the next purchase, you decide to perform the same analysis again. The same analysis. What are your odds of improving your odds of a good purchase? Well, since you failed the goal, it's not useful. There's nothing useful there. No useful information. It was a bad purchase. Just avoid doing all those things, and then you can make better purchases. That actually does work. It does work to some extent. I totally get that actually works, right? However, you can take this and say, what did I learn? I certainly didn't reach the goal. But what did I learn from it? Because the whole point of making the purchase was to evaluate the value that you got from it, if you were trying to evaluate the value, right? You just have knowledge, so no matter what you do is extra knowledge unless you don't do anything. I can see that. But that knowledge, we have to convert it into the same metrics. We're talking about the value of that knowledge, not the knowledge itself. So the knowledge is potential, right? I'm going to rephrase it. Is potential. If you don't do anything, you gain no value, right? No value is gained, right? When you think of goals, and or the process, both of them has knowledge gained, right? And both of them have convertible value. My other perspective is to tell you that, well, both. When you said that the comment was, even if you start 6 years later, you can get a value from it. So to see if you reached a value, it's just comparing. And then you said something about I mean, at the end of the day, right, your goal is to learn the language you want to. If that is achieved, you get all the value out of it. I disagree. You can get more value out of it. So I wanted to, that's the point I was making. Not all the arguments that you are constantly pushing to further show that you only focus on the end results. Like life decision could also potentially be a factor. Yeah, sure. We're talking about all of it. I'm talking about goal-oriented and process-oriented thinking. In fact, you are less, I would even argue, if you're goal-oriented, you are less likely to factor in life factors along the way than being process-oriented. So if your value system, when you make comments like, oh, as long as you learn the language, then you get the value out of it, it's like, well, yes, but what happens when you don't reach that goal? It probably still has value. Now you say, well, if they don't do anything with it, then there's no value. I agree. There isn't. So if you're goal oriented, most people don't actually do anything with it because they didn't reach their goal. If you're thinking about it as a process that's currently occurring and the goal, then you are extracting value regardless if you reach the goal or not. So if you reach the goal, fantastic. You get all of that value. All of that value is achieved, that goal. You can get way, in my opinion, you can add to that value. Not that it could be negligible, it could be a little bit, it's up to you, right? It's subjective, but it's still more than focusing on a statement like the end thing. So much like when you're saying 0, how long does it take? What is the delta t to get to your value? Like, okay, but in the meantime, all this is value, right? If your eyes, if you're eyeing this point the whole time, then you're keeping your eye off the ball all the way along the way. So when someone says something like, I will do 5 minutes every single day in order to reach a value, that's assuming you stay the same the entire time. And I don't expect to stay the same the whole time. So when I'm buying 60, buying into something blindly, my orientation in my mindset is to maximize the value regardless of the product I'm placing, because it doesn't change the fact that I've already spent the money. So now when I spent the money, yeah, you calculated all the potential values. That's great. You set your goal. Now, how do you maximize it? By inputting the user, right? How do you maximize value with the knowledge you purchased? Basically, you purchased the knowledge. How do you gain access to it? And how do you use it? The whole time, you're constantly changing your process while trying to reach the value you originally got. So by the time you get to this value, you have accrued many other things along the way. So what have I learned from Duolingo while using a free version, right? So if the free version is set at 0, we're going to have to do a different graph. So this is our graph. Did you stay here for 300 days? I stayed here. I went this way. Sometimes like it dips, right? Oops. But it's accruing. It's accruing even though it's free. So I have value accruing. In order to get to the mindset where you're at this point, you spent some time with the free version because you know a lot about the free version, right? And you're saying that you gain 0 value. That's goal oriented. As in, you looked at the end products. So if I'm gonna start and stop at a place, it's always zero. Zero and a destination, right? Then even free stuff will have zero value until you have to input value and or spend or output. I mean, you output value at the end when you consume the product. We're only talking about input value here. So that's kind of like my favorite business model, my favorite business trick, I suppose, the misconception. The idea that when you produce a product, right? When you produce a product, it is only measured by what the product is worth and not what it took to make the product. It doesn't include what it took to make the product. Or another model would be if you used energy, and as long as you return the energy, the cost is zero. The example, one interesting example would be if you dig up fossil fuels, it's free. And then when you use it, it costs something. So when you're using Duolingo, the free version, is it free? Well, to me, it's not, obviously, because if it was, then I wouldn't be willing to pay $60 at the end of the year after using Duolingo free for 300 days, right? I appreciate the idea that someone made this, and also other subscribers are paying for my free version that I'm enjoying using. So I have an appreciation for the value that goes into something when it doesn't necessarily present itself as an objective cost, right? Anyways, some thoughts. I wanted to share my thoughts about this because I don't think I've said anything about this stuff yet. Will I buy it? I'll probably buy this as much as I'll probably buy Wanikani. So you can, choose to find my my comments relevant or not, right? And the reason why I mentioned the process thing is life is like that. Life decisions. Life decisions is on a continuum, right? So why not treat it like a continuum as opposed to like some a box of isolated decision making, right? How much is 5 minutes worth of your life? We haven't even considered that yet to someone. I just wanted to have a good talk about this and look at different perspectives. Yeah, and I think we did. Yeah, Lotus, it's fantastic. In the end of the day, I agree with all your points. Your points are incredibly valid, and I thought it was enthralling to exchange these ideas, right? I can earnestly say though, it is tough to part away with money. So hear me out here. At the end of the day, free things are great. And it would be quite a utopia that we would live in if we didn't have to constantly consider the pain of paying for something and spending hours and hours deliberating on whether something is worth the value or not, if you know what I mean, right? Like, but this was a really, really fascinating gas money. I know, hacking gas money. Listen, Lotus. I'm gonna say something like really hot. Like, this is a hot take. I pay more for something that I don't use on a yearly basis just because it's required than anything. And it does deal with gas money, but it's not even gas money. It's the car. The insurance policy on the car consumes more money than a vast majority of the things I actively and voluntarily spend. Like, for example, one monthly payment on my car costs more than a year of Duolingo. Now, will the car provide more than that much in return? You know, like constructively, valuably, subjectively, or productively, constructively, that kind of thing, or well-being? No, the car is sitting there doing nothing. Now here's, I want to be really fair though. The insurance that I'm paying on the car is giving me a peace of mind. So how much is the peace of mind worth, right? Like if my parents were to take the car out and stuff, how much is that peace of mind worth? It is worth something. So I've evaluated that and continue to pay for my insurance. So I'm not like, I want our discussion here is to emphasize that I am actively understanding why I pay the insurance on my car, as opposed to some other people who may forget their subscription. Like, I'm still curious if how often people forget that they have ongoing subscriptions to things and not even know that they still have those subscriptions, right? I can really tell that you're far more budget oriented, much like myself, so we can have these discussions. The question is, I worry. Yeah, like probably a lot of people do forget. In fact, I don't know if you saw this before, but in fact, there's an app for that too. There's an app. I forgot what it's called. Like Turbo Subs. It has a edgy name, but there's an app service now that it made its rounds to sponsoring YouTubers that organizes and maintains the frequency of all your subscriptions so that you can. It's like boost points, or it has something to do with like saving money. Yeah, there's an ad for it. Yeah. So I would reckon that app exists and it's being advertised now because that is a very big problem, or that is an occurrence. There's a market for it, that people have that. I don't have any qualms in understanding that you probably make like monetary decisions very, very seriously. So we totally leaned in really hard. And I wanted to explain these things because I don't want to tell people that, oh yeah, it's an easy buy. Just buy this. You don't have to consider anything. Like I like to think that if someone says, if I bought this and I'm like, oh, then I really more likely will use it more. You know what I mean? Like my thought is, what is a good price where if you bought it, you secretly, and I mean secretly, somehow boost people's learning expectations. So we talked about goal and process oriented stuff. What happens if, okay, people are always thinking about value, right? They typically think about value as an end goal kind of thing. Is there a better model? Is there a more likelihood business model? Like, I'm actually even entertaining the idea when you said business model. That's a good point. That what if Duolingo changed their payment model? Is there a way to secretly get people to more willing want to learn as opposed to doing something else with a more agreeable model? A great question to ask. There was a podcaster that interviewed with the founder of the CEO and talked about how monetization is going and how they, like, moving forward and all that stuff. And Duo, the founder was a little conservative about the way they talk, but they said that whatever they're currently doing is not the most favorable thing that will keep their investors coming. But they said that they're just going to keep doing it until it doesn't work. Like it was one of my favorite parts of the podcast when the founder was like, well, they literally used the word value, by the way. The podcaster was talking about something that's hard to evaluate, right? It's hard to manage in terms of being a publicly traded company that deals with learning. How do you measure value? So the founder said like, oh, we do like these metrics and we do these metrics, and then we kind of double check, and it goes through me and goes through like what suggestions that ever come to you as a CEO, because it can go all the way up to the CEO. And he went around and it came down to this really funny little comment about, well, we kind of feel it out, but eventually we'll probably hit a wall somewhere and then investors will be really angry, so we'll get to that point. We'll continue. I mean, you have to look out for what exactly. You could get canceled and hit rock bottom. Yeah. So what I mean by that is I'm actually doing the opposite. I think the way he spoke, he was genuinely wanting to share more, but you can kind of see that it's a genuine attempt to share a bit more, but not to bridge the problems with disclosing specific type of information. So it's very different. It's very different from someone who don't make the attempt. Lotus. Like that's probably what I'm saying here. I enjoyed the podcast because that person sounds like they are coming from a place of passion more than a place of strict financial professionalism. Perhaps that's also a PR stunt or whatnot, but I really appreciate the interviews and whatnot. It was interesting though when they were suggesting that, and it's like, well, all right, I'm sold, sort of. And Wanikani, I don't think I watched the interview with the Wanikani devs. I'm not even sure if the Wanikani devs do interviews. I know that Tofuku started as a blog well before I did. And then the Tofuku person was one of the ones that spearheaded the Wanikani project like over 10 years ago, right? It's actually relatively old. I think it's like 2013 or something. So Wanikani was fairly actually not that far behind Duolingo. Duolingo is 2011. Actually, let me double check first. This is so fascinating. Sorry, I thought about this stuff for a lot now. I haven't got an opportunity to talk about it because people they're not interested in business. They're interested in language learning, right? When did Tofuku start at Wanikani? Oh, and I'll be showing Wanikani stuff in the future. Oh, it was 2011. They were at the same time. Wanikani and Duolingo were established at the same time, or in the same year, anyways. I thought it might have been 2013, but that is 2011. Yeah, both Wanikani and Duolingo. Is it a coincidence? I have no idea. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. No, they're very different people, but still. Anyways, thanks for the chat though. I really enjoyed this chat. This stuff gets me going all the time. Like no slouch. I'm not sure how often you think about this stuff, but it's like every day. I look at money and I'm like, okay, let's think about this for a moment. I had over 2,000 hours to think about this. We could chat for days about this. I know, right? But let's settle down and try to accomplish some language learning. If we were to break stuff more precise, I would, yes. We were like blitzing. We were moving very fast. Like I was preparing. I was talking about the spiel stuff that I typically use when someone happens to pass by, but it was fairly clear that, boy, like, we could slow down and make it an entire segment on it, if not an entire series on this stuff. But like life, we can build up to that, you know? Exchange 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Do it the old-fashioned way. I really appreciate it. By the way, do you have a background in business? I'm actually kind of curious. I don't have a background in business. I have a colleague that did, so we talked a lot. You do, in fact? Interesting. The way you speak about, like, the way you were able to, like, immediately talk about more of a defensive approach for a CEO, right? And you kind of gave me the idea of having personal experience on the other side of things. And for me, it's an extension of an establishment, like an organization, like universities and whatnot are technically, for lack of a better word, business institutions. So being on that side of things can be very revealing about like the social pressure, like the pressures and whatnot, that the decision making that's required. Of course, it helps really ground a lot of things. And then I like psychology, so lots of times it's a practice in emotional intelligence. I really get disappointed, and I have a bleeding heart for people who give up. So if there's any form of way where I can twist and bend and try to impress upon people that the end is when you're dead, so if you're still breathing, you can make value of the decisions you make. And then as a way to improve your business decisions and or any other type of decisions is to view life as a process with goals. A life is composed of a process with goals, and that process is untapped learning potential. Like if you make a poor decision, if you make a poor purchase decision, use it. Use the process in which it was poor, analyze it, use it to inform your future. A poor business purchase can be an investment for your future better purchase, right? So as opposed to doing the thing where like you figuratively give up and therefore you isolate it away, right? I agree with you about the stopping thing. I wanted to add that people actually discard those things. They compartmentalize it as knowledge that is not useful anymore. So they no longer have value. You cannot turn them into value. And that kind of sucks. Like when someone quits French, it means they're quitting language learning, as opposed to finding out what is it about French that isn't interesting or whatnot, and maybe informing it if you interested in trying a different language, right? Like the idea is segregating and avoiding a pass is knowledge that is not used to tap for value. So oftentimes learning experience is no longer a possible return on investment. Like decision making, you can't consolidate value. There's no humans don't consolidate semantic skills and value anymore. So when you play a video games, when you beat a video game, it no longer has value to future video games. That's discarded, expended. It's like spent fuel, right? It's spent fuel. You spend the fuel, you paid for it, and it's done. It's a perishable, right? You eat the apple and the apple is gone. The apple can no longer provide value for you. Did you enjoy the apple? Did the type of apple? Like, what did you notice about the apple? Can you make an even more informed Apple decision? We're not talking about Microsoft and Apple here, but that was a coincidence I chose an Apple. That kind of thing. And I think viewing life by applying business principles is fantastic, on top of psychological principles and whatnot. And it leads to something that's very efficacious, like language learning. I think the foundation of being consistent and motivated with language learning requires a lot of these decision-making process in the first place. You're actually pretty lucky when it comes to languages. Interesting. How so? Are you in a multicultural and multilingual environment? Or do you mean that the languages you happen to pick did not present? Oh, okay. Yeah, I am too. So I actually almost feel like our discussion about business and different perspectives also comes from that mutual exposure to multiple perspectives. Like, I do find that I resonate quite often. Like, it's not a coincidence, in my opinion, behaviorally speaking, that two people who are surrounded with people with different perspectives tend to be likely to engage amicably and intensely with different perspectives. So, you think I'm something like a polyglot? Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I'm gonna make a polyglot joke. Maybe potentially at your expense. When you say poly, is it greater than 2? Or do you consider 2 poly? This is a joke. Sorry. I read this somewhere and I was like like it's kind of like like a binomial, right? A binomial. Is that a polynomial? Because technically, by definition, a binomial is a polynomial. So the whole idea of bilingual and polylingual, I read it somewhere and I was like, oh my goodness. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Who said math? We were making a joke about, I was making a light joke where I read somewhere that people said you're a polyglot. Well, technically, you're a polyglot if you know more than one language. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, all right, fine. but usually it's like bilingual. But then you have trilingual, and then someone's like, so where's the cutoff? Where's the cutoff? And then polymer in science, my example would be a polymer, right? Like, it's just a polymer. It's more than a monomer. I have not ever heard someone say, oh, I don't even know what the term is. What's the term for two? A compound? Like, so I thought it was really funny in terms of language, since we're talking about language. It hits so hard. I mean, this hits so hard. Like, hello there, Kozu. What's up, Kozu man? And anyways, language is probably referred to. Yeah, so you know more than 3 languages, huh? That's pretty sweet. I hope one day I could say the same with like conservative feelings. I personally am a guy that would say I don't think I know English very well. What's the crack, bro? Kozu this, Kozu that, right? I've been talking about you, bro. Okay. Now we talked about money, business the whole time. Your country has 4 national languages, Malaysia? Or somewhere in the Arabic variety? Yeah, somewhere in that general region. Switzerland. Wait. Switzerland. Oh, yeah. I prioritize those guests. So wow, so you are part of the third region. Yeah, usually I go this way because of time. I'm thinking of time zone. Sorry, I'm thinking of time zone. So wow, are you okay? Like it's really late. I go by time zone. So Malay can come up now because of time zone difference. Like you're just waking up. And then I move left, right? I moved west. So then we're talking about like Arabic, maybe somewhere in that region. And then we go to Europe. So um why did you say that's so concerned? Oh, 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 because um I don't know, because I worry about people's hygiene, their sleep hygiene. You know, it's humanizing, or at least I think. I'm not. I hope you have a healthy, sleep hygiene. It is kind of late though. I mean, Kozu is here too, so they're similar to like plus or minus 2 hours. You live in the German part of Switzerland. Ah, Switzerland. All right, all right. I'm gonna do my recall now. Today was beautiful. It's been a while since I started the day with a rant. Although I've been doing it 3 days in a row, so we might need to chill a little. Your mom and dad are from 2 different countries. Dang, you're a tri with a diaspora. So you're. Oh wait. Are you born and raised in Switzerland? Man, you're a double diaspora born in a different country. That's crazy. Dang. Double diaspora. Born in a different country. Jeez. Yeah, I would say, yeah, I give it to you. Luck. Very lucky. Yeah, very lucky. At most, I got 2. Oh, well, at most, I got 4. But I would not be comfortable in saying that I want to speak those 4. I don't mind listening to them and then replying in English, but I most definitely do not speak most of them. And that's coming from a pair of parents coming from one diaspora, right? Like one far removed diaspora. Only both my parents came from the same place and then raised in a different country, which happens to be in a region that has lots of other languages. But man, having 2 separate parents, that's crazy. I can see why you're far more, yeah, I stand by it. I can see why you're so far more um open, amenable to different perspectives. Yeah. So that means I could pass any type of ideas to you. I wonder how promiscuous you are. We have a lot to discuss in the future. Perspective is fun, yes, provided that we have the groups involved are mutually not triggered by any particular perspectives, right? I think it goes without saying. You probably, if we can relate on this, I'm being a little presumptuous here. It goes without saying that when you're born and raised in a multicultural environment, it feels very safe and expected to be the one that is making accommodations to other people's perspective. However, when you meet someone every once in a blue moon that happens to have that same thing, you could see yourself spending hours and years and months or an indefinite amount of time talking to that person, because all you're going to be doing is constantly sharing more and more perspectives, but not necessarily like for the sake of agreement or something. Just there are so many, so why not just hypothetically shoot as many ideas as possible at each other, because there's no like sensitivity. Like what I mean is there's no like trigger point. There's no like contradictory nature that would cause violent emotional outbursts, right? Because of selective pressure to adhere to a dogma, which I really appreciate. So keep those people close. At least I feel like the friends that I have are exceptionally like that. No question. Albanian. I do know a bit of Serbian because of not of having a lot of friends from there. I don't even know what the two language. I don't even know what Hideyoshi is asking. I'll third wheel. No worry. I'm just gonna third wheel. Cozy. Sorry, Cozy. We're gonna use that phrasing again. Not out of context though. Not out of context. In context. While I don't know if I said hi to Churn. Hello, Churn. Yeah, 2025. Sorry. I didn't know if I said hi to you, Churn. Hello, hello. That was like 2 hours ago. It was almost 2 hours ago. I feel a little irresponsible. Churn is Malaysian. Or Chinese? Malaysian? I guess the Churn identified as Malaysian. Fourth wheel? Oh yeah, fourth wheeling now. Yeah, we got some fourth wheel action. Now we can go and assemble a car, you know? Got some fourth wheel action. Okay, okay, let's do this unit. Who will be the engine? That's a good question. Who will be the fuel? We're gonna have to find more bodies, man. We're gonna need to find more bodies, you know? Who's gonna be the cabin? Who's gonna be the stick shift? I'm kidding. All right, this is hold up. We're PG-13, guys. Keep this. We need to keep this clean, or you know, family friendly entertainment. Peggy 18. And Peggy. I can't unhear that when someone says that in an ad, like Peggy 18. Or viewer discretion is advised. This program is rated TV and May, right? Or like viewer discretion is advised. The following program has been performed by professionals. Do not, do not attempt this at home. I'm like, okay. Yep. Rated R for rage. Sorry. That's not what R stands for. I actually don't know what R stands for. Restricted? Rated restricted? I guess MA stands for mature for TV ratings. I don't know what the R stands for, actually. Alright. Let's really get into this. Okay, say what you want you can do. I listened to that stuff and politely ignored it. I would have to say I was not someone who followed TV ratings. I suppose I could count myself lucky that I didn't turn out to be a hooligan, you know, or some sort of delinquent. Sort of. I did do some really delinquency-esque stuff when I was a kid, though. Can't say the R word on Twitch. Oh yeah. Yes. All right, all right. Let's really do this. Today is going to be the last of the learning lessons for a while because we're going into a review mode, which led to the whole discussion about purchasing this Duolingo subscription, by the way. 2 hours later, 2 hours later, we're starting. You have to understand, like, I don't know if it's very apparent, but I wouldn't trade this for the world. Like having conversations like this is something that you don't get from the internet anymore. Like very often. Like I know the irony here is that we are using the internet and stuff, but what I mean is sometimes I think in the future there will be a public for like a platform that would be able to do this in a different way where it's like on equivalent, like a more of a receptive, normalized way, like, oh yeah, there's decorum and demeanor and, you know, standards, and then because of that standards, two people can randomly meet up and speak and chat and share their public things because the stranger interaction has become different. For now, though, it's a mixed bag. The last time I attempted, I circumvented something, right? When someone said like, oh yeah, can I join you on your stream and whatnot and like speak, and then I deliberately allowed that person to do that, but I did not mute. Like what I mean is like I didn't have the recording, like their audio feeding to the stream, and let's just say it took 10 seconds for me to boot the person. Right. So that's kind of the state of things that we live in right now. And I like to hope that it changes in the future. Like to a different way where we can have discussions freely without the potential precarious nature of getting canceled or something like that due to wildly different social decorum expectations online. I do the Goku thing of acting like a complete idiot and just powering up over conversations. Yeah. Yeah. I do the thing where if we're in a live room and when people are super enthusiastic, the volume of the room gets louder and louder. So when you were saying the Goku thing of acting like a complete idiot and just powering up over conversations, sometimes when there are like 4 people who are so enamored with each other in conversation, it might as well just blur into listening to a track of Goku powering up, because like the volume and the speed and everything just gets louder and louder, you know, like it's palpable. The energy is incredibly palpable when you have a heated discussions in a room with people, you know, like with populated by people with nonverbal cues and dynamics while not being hostile, you know, but it's not hostile. Oftentimes, I think the vast majority of heated discussions are incredibly hostile on a public setting. I don't know if that's anecdotal. I'm not suggesting that every other person experienced this. For me personally, historically, it has been hostile. I mean, cancel culture is just here and we have to kind of live with it. It's understandable. I like to think that it will change or kind of warp maybe a little in the future. Like nuances will be made clear and whatnot. I think exactness comes with time. You know, some refinement and conciseness comes with time. At least I believe in human nature to do so. I do the thing and just beat the other person as a joke. I virtually slap people. You know, the virtual slap. You just type a you just type a GIF, or you pull out a picture and it'd be like a flip book, a flip book of an emote slapping someone. Dude, I would totally do that if I still teach a class. Like, if I was in a university setting, I would totally draw flip books. And just so that it would leave an impression on the students. So, you know what this is? Or like pull down the screen and you say, you know what this is? It's a this. And it would be like a emote of Pepego or something. To relate, to break the ice, right? That kind of thing. I'm kind of edgy. I used to talk about League of Legends during my lab sessions with the students. It's a way to engage them. I feel like if you're used to interacting in environments, you can reach the people you're talking to a lot more like naturally, as opposed to like I kid about being a boomer a lot of times, but most of the time I'm being a boomer ironically in order to make it be funny. But generally speaking, when you're interacting with kids and teaching people from a different generation and whatnot, it's kind of a nice utility when you understand how to connect with them. So I would do weird things like that. It sounds weird, but it's quite effective. Like nowadays I could see my PowerPoint being deliberately stylized. So I would use like my drawing skills in order to make my PowerPoint stylized so that it looks maybe like we probably do a hybrid system, using maybe an AI power generate to help me do the backgrounds and whatnot, but more in a styling of, I don't know, a comic book or something. That's probably what I would say I would go about. There are so many wonderful ideas. You could probably engage students without like losing them, right? Losing their attention. I'm not a teacher anymore though. Or anything, really. I'm this guy who sits around and spent 2 hours digressing on talking about the psychology behind making decision making on subscribing to Duolingo. Yeah, you're right. That I agree. It after like 8 hours or so, you make a good point. I'm guilty of that. I'm aware of it and I'm too complacent about not doing it. You got me there. That is a fact. All right. Maybe we should skip the recall today. All right. So we have. Oh wait. Oh no, I'm starting on the wrong unit. We're doing unit 78, which is offering help, receiving and offering, asking for and offering help. So wait, dude, yesterday was a 12-hour I think yesterday was close to 12 hours, and then the day before was 12 hours. I think the day before was, has it been 2 or 3 days? Hey, so if you find a good source for Chinese, Japanese cooking words, give me a copy, please. Whoever knows that, I would want a copy too. Please and thank you. If you have like a very specific like charcuterie, like a charcuterie compliment, or like, Monet, and like the different types of ways you can cut vegetables, and like par cooking, like things like that. I'm actually genuinely very curious. There's a big topic like center topic is watching Japanese and Chinese people cook. And sometimes I just kind of want to know what they call those. Two words for boil, one to boil liquids, the other to boil something in the liquid. Oh man, that sounds interesting. By the way, Lotus, did I already ask you? Do I already know what you're learning right now? Are you learning a language, or you're just the guy? You're this dude that mosey around and is like, yeah, yeah. It's nice when people talk about language. What is your status, Lotus? I don't remember. Was it currently Japanese? I wasn't. I don't know. How did we know each other before? Because I know we've talked before. Mizurashi. I promise I'm gonna do my lesson. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's the last thing we. Right. Those. Man. I led to some good convos. Ah, Os. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't played that in a hot minute. It started with a rhythm game. What a way to start. Oh wait, are you language learning now? Even being a low-key conservative polyglot? Mizurashi. We have Yasashi. Second Yasashi. It's so dense. You learn languages differently? Uh, that's fair. You just get yourself into the territory and then you're kind of forced to learn the language. I see. So what language would that be? I didn't even get to asking you how you were doing it yet. Jeez. Way to jump the gun. Now I don't have a follow-up question. So what suits your fancy right now? Now that we've already gotten out of the way of how you acquire languages. Dutch. Intriguing. It must be quite a thing to be such in proximity to in living in a cultural hub like that. Huh. It's very similar to German and Swiss German. I see. Now I'm gonna have to find like a what would you refer, Swiss? Like I wanna see what it's like as in like the daily lives of an influencer that lives in such a place. I haven't coincidentally come across such a situation. Someone that resides in Switzerland that engages in language exchange in general. Serbian is something I constantly slowly learn. I'm kind of curious if those like viral videos of people that are polyglots have anything to do with Switzerland. Hmm. Hmm. What about Japanese? And you wanted to start with Japanese, okay? Go on. You're basically answering the question that I'm going to ask before I ask it. So continue. Proceed. Uh, add some unrelated words. Kimi. Aisha. Let's say you started already, but you didn't get far into it. You had Anki, Duolingo, etc. Oh, okay. Intriguing. I wanted to hear about if you had have you broke down what is like, if you ever compared and broke down, compare and contrast between um your mindsets and psychological approaches when it comes to acquiring a language when compared to even a bilingual person or a monolingual person. Wow, you're close to where a Japanese guy is in English. uh, obviously as a response to the whole like Japanese. Yeah, the Japanese streamer, yeah. Hideyoshi likes watching Japanese streamers learn English, and I really like his shares. It's it's very insightful since I don't have right lately I didn't have I didn't make time to engage in that. The problem about learning Japanese is lack of use. Relatable. Do you ever engage in self-dialogue? I'm not around these people, so it makes it significantly harder. I see. What do we have yesterday that was added? Yubin. Yubin, yeah. I'm drawing a complete blank. The heck? Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. Oh, we'll leave it up for later, I suppose. Or yeah, your type of learning a language. Depends what effort you put in. Yeah, have you attempted, I guess my question was more, have you attempted to apply any other methods, like any other, like refine and adapt and expand your ability, like different accommodate and problem solve through other methods? I know you're very predisposed to the environment that you have. What else? What was unrelated? Atsuon. Atsuon. Wasn't there another? That's not Hatsu. Hatsuon is. Yeah. by being around those people, they will inform you if there were something wrong with the way you said it. I mean, yeah, that certainly would be one of the outcomes. The effort situation is yeah. I'll let you I'll be a third wheel here. I think Cozy might have been around. We might actually had a discussion about this. I was pretty forward about the perception of effort when it comes to the acquisition of skills, or the ability to consistently encourage one to input effort. And I think it was a contentious point. Pretty sure it was Cozy and I had this conversation before. It's harder. It's definitely harder than a language that is around your area because of the yeah. We had a lot of discussions before Cozy. No worries. It like I can't keep a lot of them straight anymore. So I'm just spitballing. No intentional gaslighting here. I promise. Yeah, too many. We've been through the ringer. I guess who Yaru it's Dao wait, yes. Dao better than just lighting you. That would hurt. Oh, true. Honestly, how do you gaslight someone? No. Oh no, I just realized what I just said. No. You know, how do you like gaslight someone? You know? Like, do you just take a fog machine and just like blow it in front of their face? Is that how you gaslight someone? You know what I mean? Or do you like pour gas on them and then light them? That sounded dirty. Oh, that. Okay. All right. Listen. PG-13, okay? PG-13. We're talking about a fog machine here, all right? Fog machine. Or like take a bucket of dry ice and then blow like the smoke, you know, in front of them or something. You relight their gas light when they thought they turned it off, so they go crazy. Oh, wow, that's very meta. I see what you did there. The gas in their like the gas line in their stove and whatnot, like the countertop. That's pretty maniacal. What the heck? That's like next level trolling. But how? I can see myself doing it. my only thought my only thought was imagine you had a roommate, right? You had a roommate. They're looking at their countertop, right? You know, you have these knobs here, right? And your roommate is just staying on and they're like turning this on. And it turned on, you know, they finish cooking and then they turn it off, right? And then you just randomly walk by and turn it back on and then walk away. and just see what how your roommate reacts to it. And if they didn't see you, all the more better. It's quite literally gaslighting, because then they would question, wait, I thought I turned this off. You know, like, in a serious note, one of the examples of gaslighting is manipulating someone's perception of reality. So like that is next level. That is some next level meta right there, to make someone question their reality. Hideyoshi with the actual. I'm in another chat with someone who just brought this up too. I'm going literally insane. Wait, are you serious? Are they actually talking about gaslighting? Oh yeah, gaslight, the 19. This one's a good one. One's a good one. It reminds me of the Hitchcock days as well. Gaslight. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. We need to calm down. Calm down. All right. Let's keep it. Let's use more euphemism, please. So we got Dageru, and this definitely came in. So it's either into no ame no tame no or ni examples, actually. So I remember yesterday. Also you ureru. Yeah, kedo but and so no. Oh, what was it? It's kind of like would like situation. The would like situation comes off like that's okay. Calm down. Calm down. We don't want to get in. Yes. The animal. Indeed. Yeah. それで、だから、and それとも、そうなん、no, そんな、and あんな。And then the grammar point was no need to. Iku. Iku. kaku, and yomu. Basically converting it verb stem a plus nakute mo ii, nakute mo ii. Hello there, Vang. I'm doing fairly well. How are you lately? How were your holidays going? Oh there, Blair. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We're just getting started today. Don't mind the timer. Unit 77. What was this? Oh, say what you can do? So, you have auto. Oh, yeah. Naku. Oh, that's interesting. So you do the Christmas thing on the last day of December. Oh, that's kind of very pragmatic, actually. So do you do New Year's and Christmas just like back to back? The solar New Year's? Do you do a solar New Year's thing? Okay. Huh. Efficient. Also, do not have the excuse to extend the holidays across 3 months. I'm kidding. It's an American joke. Sorry. The idea that once Halloween rolls around, it's basically vacation all the way from Halloween till the New Year's. Or it's basically holiday spirit from Halloween to the New Year's. Yeah, 25, 26, it's like Catholic New Year. Okay, I see. At least there's not a dead period between Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, it's kind of a dead period. Yeah. It gives you time to sober up, you know? And then sober up again. In Slav 31 then is the real New Year. Ah, I see. Well, you know, if I had to throw in my 2 cents, the lunar New Year is typically when my parents do something. So, the Lunar New Year is not for another 2 months. I'm actually curious how close it is to the release of the new Like a Dragon game. Oh, it's not close enough. Occasionally it could end up in like the first week of February, but not close enough. It's January 29th on the solar calendar. No, it's the Lunar New Year is in it's January 29th on the solar calendar. Sometimes it can end up in February. Sometimes. Less so. It's usually at the end of January. Oh, by the way, I'm referring to it as the Lunar New Year. That's Chinese New Year. Oftentimes, yeah, it is Chinese New Year, but it's also Japanese thing too and all that stuff. So I usually just refer to it as the Lunar New Year, since the Asian cultures celebrate the lunar calendar. which is fun because a month, the vocabulary that deals about dates and stuff kind of revolves around the moon most of the time. What am I looking for? Kikoe? Kikoeru. Yes, kikoeru. That's when we eat stuff. Eat stuff. I love eating. What do you do to celebrate? Eat? What do you do after eating? Eating? What do you do after eating? Eating? Sleep? What do you do after that? Eat? Did I mention there was eating involved? I cannot get over actually being able to just read hiragana now. Oh, you cannot get over actually being able to. Oh wow, that statement was weird, but congratulations. Now you can just read hiragana. MAKU is New Year, so I like to say that I really like what you do every YouTube, VOD, Twitch stream, and other stuff that you have. Well, I appreciate your kind words. I hope I can continue to do that and have some sort of impact on offering you something that makes you interested. Hopefully things of this nature will allow one to appreciate the wonders in one's own life. That's all I ask, right? Or that's most of the things I ask. I hope that one day you will find interest in yourself in a similar way and whatnot, because I love to hear about the lives and stuff that are with people who I've shared experiences with. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. Yakuza streams. I mean, we're gonna do it every year apparently because Sega decided we're gonna do it at the beginning of every year. So what a great way to celebrate the New Year's and the Lunar New Year with another 2 weeks of Yakuza like a dragon stuff. And this time it's probably gonna take a lot longer because now we know at least some language stuff. It's gonna take even longer now because we're gonna have so much yapping to do with the language stuff. Oh yeah, and then Spanish in February. It's gonna yap. It's like, hey, did you know that I completely mistook this to be something else? I think the thing that is gonna happen the most is coming to terms and realizing how little I knew. Like I get to reflect on all the like the rants that I had about what I think I knew about the Japanese that I was hearing. Oh, or like the translation. It's gonna be a lot of that. Like, oh, okay. Yeah. That's not what I was thinking back then. So there's gonna be a lot of that, probably. I'm looking forward to it. Where am I with this? That. How do... Oh, shit. We are still gonna finish Infinite Wealth, though. I still have to finish Infinite Wealth and provide a review or like a summary or something about Infinite Wealth. There are 2 legacy runs left. The hard run through the MSQ in Chinese to hear the Chinese cast, and then the victory run, the victory lap still. to complete it, to complete 100% on run through the story twice, see if we can pick up some nuances, practice what it's going to be like to work through the game in Chinese and Japanese so that I will be prepared like a pilot. It's like a pilot run for a pirate run. A pilot run for Yakuza Pirates. You can watch Russian play Yakuza, but all chapters I've seen, it was yours. So, oh, okay. Interesting. You saw a Russian play Yakuza. I'm kind of curious what that's like. Huh. I think we might have talked about this a little bit. I still remember the time when we were talking about stuff when I was doing the mini game in the little clan creator mini game, and I was just bootstrapping, trying to get this one achievement. So I just sat there and constantly bootstrapped through the same mission over and over again, and it has like this audio problem, this audio balance problem in the one like victory, like the queuing scene, and it's just like bam, bam. That ear is just like okay. Because all the guys like spawn in at the same time, and there's a stacked sound effect when they spawn in, like in Clan Creator. Fun times. Yeah, you know, Blair, I hope so I haven't Valentine is still having their fun time playing through it. I would really, if you're not like squeamish to like organized crime and whatnot, it's a great way to learn a target like use your target language in an interactive way. I can't say how much more I recommend Like a Dragon, although Persona is a great example. I have to find a time to fit in Metaphor sometime next year. You like to see your play because you know Chinese culture and language at least. Oh, in Russian it's like Mafia. Yeah, there is a new Mafia game that was announced. Pretty sure in the Games Awards, the next Mafia game was announced. I think. So they might go a different route. And then there's GTA 6. You could always wait for GTA 6 too. Actually, I'm not even sure if you're able. Is that? Yeah, I don't know how Rockstar is distributing their games. So that might be a harder one in terms of regions. There's always GTA 6 coming to 2030 with 36 more delays. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't think Rockstar is gonna have that much trouble, but soon. TM GTA 6 soon. I watch people play GTA. I don't play GTA myself, but I quite like watching people interact with GTA. You've got Kazakhstan and Turkey. It's okay. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, we talked about this too. I remember we talked about like regions, right? Region accessibility and whatnot. So, I look forward to talking about that in the future. Yeah. I understand. It's very understandable. It's become a recent, let's say, obstacle because my sister now resides in Japan, right? So that creates a accessibility problem as well when we're talking about like Steam clients and whatnot. So I can definitely understand accessibility things when it comes to regions. It hasn't been a thing before, largely because most of my family members and whatnot are in the same place, or my friends and family are in the same like country at least, right? So I can really appreciate, at least to some extent, the potential hoops and barriers. practice. What are we doing here? We got new ones, right? No, I'm not gonna go into my like digression about how I feel. Even if I wanted to learn more about the Chinese culture, it's very tough to do that too, largely due to region related things. No, so odoru. Obo. Arau. It's the only thing that I would say when I feel bad and angry. I'm coming to you. Then I'm feeling good. Oh, well, that's nice. I'm glad that existing can make someone feel better, right? It's a wonderful gift that keeps on giving when you can make someone feel good for existing and saying things. If one could truly have that as a magical power, I think I would totally love to make that a 100% success ratio. Like I mean, like, yeah, super strength is kind of neat, so super speed and whatnot, but imagine, we're not talking about a mantis situation. Mantis is kind of weird. That's empathy. But more like oh yeah, and it's, there's ethical concerns and whatnot. It's not like it could be borderline gaslighting people with superpowers, but it would be kind of nice to be able to be consistent and making people feel better using your words. I think there are few people that I have watched. They don't do it professionally very often. It's in the interview. When you listen to them, you're just like smiling most of the time. Or at least I'm more like wide-eyed. I'm like, yeah, say more. Like, go on. Keep keep telling me more things. I have no idea what you're saying, but whatever you're saying, it's just like I'm good. It's like one of I've got the physicist's name, but I legitimately have low comprehension of what the person actually is saying, but the way they're saying it, it's like, oh, somehow I feel it. And I hope people have that kind of thing in their lives. We played this game in 12-year, oh, PlayStation 2. Oh, the first, yeah. Hopefully everyone has someone like that in their lives, not specifically attached to a tenuous place, but a place that's readily available, like a loved one and whatnot. Shinjiru. Then you. I mean, it's like special thing that I do, but I don't want to know to you. Oh, yeah. You want to keep it to yourself because it's like readily available, and then when it becomes too popular, it might not become readily available anymore. I hear ya. How you feel about Yaksa? Or like a dragon? How do you feel that, yeah, like a dragon is there is a possibility that in the next couple of years installment there's gonna be an influx of peeps newly discovering it, and then it's gonna be like, oh man, everyone is gonna. I'm okay with it. Obviously, I'm joking a little, to some extent. Not everyone's really open to that idea. When their special something becomes incredibly popular. Oh yeah, and sleeping dogs. Here's my take. Here's one thing that I would make a pitch if I were to pitch with the fewest word possible. I bring in a poster and I point to Watcher. And then I point to sleeping dogs. I'm like, what up, Square Enix? Watchdog. Sorry, not Watcher. Watchdogs. I point to Watchdogs and I'm like, this exists. Sleeping dogs. What's the deal, Square Enix? It's a little bit of a gag because Watch Dogs had like a like a roller coaster ride and whatnot. So if that exists from Ubisoft, like Square Enix, come on, give me number 2, right? Joke. Seem a wee bit of a joke. All right. Man, I would have some people who would be able to comment on sleeping dogs. Like, I would be able to talk to people about sleeping dogs. Literally, people that live there. That would be so interesting. A modern sleeping dog still in Hong Kong. That's some privilege information. Like, I can't just call up my neighborhood Japanese friend to comment on Yakuza, but I can certainly start asking something about Hong Kong. All right. So we got the A. I think that's fine. I think we're good here. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm hydrated too. All right. We're gonna attempt to wrap up this unit the moment I come back. The sleeping dog game was ahead of time. What do you think? Was ahead of the? Oh yeah, I think it was. Considering well, Yakuza kind of already existed for a while, right? So it was ahead of its time in terms of the geopolitics of things. The last thing that took place around that idea, the fictional around that region, believe it or not, is the driver game. Was it the driver game? It might have been a crew game. It was a racing game. They recreated one of islands off Hong Kong. I forgot which one it is. It could be the crew game, or it could be driver. I forgot which one. It's either driver or the crew. But that location has not been used for quite some time. Yeah, it's like GTA, I would say. Yeah, that's a fair thing. There is a place in Cyberpunk 2077 that is unusually reminiscent of aspects of Hong Kong. Obviously, there's also Tokyo and whatnot, but there are some elements that the neo like Hong Kong, Tokyo elements in Cyberpunk 2077. However, most of it is like California. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right. All right. Let's focus. It's our last learning lesson for a bit in Japanese, so let's wrap up our 78 for 2024. This is 2024's end.
温かい紅茶
And of course, we start with atatakai. Oh, but now I can remember atatakai because yesterday we got the hanzu for atatakai too, which effectively means pretty much means the same thing. Yeah. Oh no. I thought I might know this. The thing that I forget is this radical. Oh, what was up here? Oh, I remember now. Yes, atatakai. Wait, was there a ka? Yeah, there was a ka. Atatakai, atatakai kocha. Wait. Wrong language. Hold up. I think I'm missing something here. Oh, it could be dots at the top, maybe. Oh, I'm not thinking of the correct one. Oh yeah, I am thinking of this. Right. Oh, I'm not thinking about the right color. I'm not thinking about the right color. Oh, that's such a Chinese thing. Oh no. Pocha. I was thinking black, like a black tea, but it's not black tea. It's red tea. Like what I mean is kolcha, when you're thinking about honcha, like red is black tea. Like, oh my. I remember having this discussion with my parents for so long. It's like, wait, why is black tea red tea? Like, because red tea can appear black. And I'm like, I see. Yeah. So I wrote black. Right? Oh, I missed the fire though. I missed the fire. Kuro. I was attempting to write kuro. And I'm like, oh wait, that's the wrong color. Anyways. People will, I'm sure someone will be able to relate somewhere out there in the interverse, the internet verse. Yes. Atatakai. Actually, let me double check on it. Yeah. 温かいね。コーヒーが飲みたいです。
シャワーはぬるかったです。
シャワーはぬるかったです。I don't remember we had ぬるかった but did it use the same character? Did it use the same character? Oh no, it didn't. But now I can remember it even better too, because we also used this character yesterday. We have a Chinese connection too now. Not quite the same, but when, right? When. Oh, Nurui. Hmm. Where are we going with this? Gaigokugo. Ne? The Chinese was lukewarm? That makes sense. Ofuro. Oh boy. I remember the ro. Maybe something like this? That looks right. Yes. Ofuro. Okay. お風呂はぬるかったです。
海さんは本当に楽しい人です。
Kai-san. Oh, I'm kind of curious if Kai is probably not. Kai-san wa hontoni. We didn't ever get the kanji that they're referring to when they're saying Kai. But there are many Kais. Honto. Hontoni tanoshii hito desu. Okay. Oh, for a moment there, I thought it might have said Yasashi and I get a chance to write Yasashi. Kai is a Tanoshi, one person. Honto. Ken-san to Tanoshi party ni ikimashita.
彼女は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
彼女は灰色の靴下を2足2足 Yes 2足買いました。
彼女は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
2足買いました。灰色。靴下。
両親からの手紙が届いた。
両親からのね、両親からの手紙が、届いた。A letter. Oh.
彼女は
灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
買いました。
この花を母に届ける。
この花を母に届ける。Face. Sorry. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh no, I think I just mean myself. Okay, sorry. What was this again? It was like seeing something like you don't see anything. Oh no, what was it? I saw this gesture before. What kind of clip was it? Where they do put the hand in front of your face. It had something to do with like not being seen. Huh. What the heck is face? I keep going back to Chinese word for face. Oh, Kao.
顔、
Oh. 住所。
住所、
運動。
運動、
と耳。
耳、
届ける。
届け昨日のパーティーは楽しかったです。
昨日のパーティーは楽しかったです。I wonder if they accept this.
ギターの練習はとても楽しかったです。ギタ
ギタ
ー、
ー
愛して、
あ
愛しての
の練習。
練習は
とてもとても楽しかった
で。
ですす。
ギターの練習はとても楽しかったです。
両親
両親
のの
両親から
手紙
手紙が arrived 来ました。No? Oh, they're doing it as
届い
届いた。
た
So,
の
like that? 両親から手紙のが届いた。からのOkay, yeah, I can. Fair enough. I was using no as a nominalizer, like, you know, a letter, any type of letter. But I guess they're doing possessive because of my. So it's not my parents, but like it's not a letter coming from my parents, but my parents' letter.
ギターはの練習は楽しかったです。
From my parents, right? あれの
両親からクライ
あ
の
の
手紙が届いた。
That one's a little up in the air for me.
The countdown has begun. Blast into 2025 with our annual super discount. Reach your goals faster with unlimited hearts and no ads. Learn without interruptions so you can master new skills, set new records, and connect with friends and family. Supercharge your 2025 with Super Duolingo.
I was waiting to see if they had a new ad animation for it. The animation is pretty good. And whoever is composing the music, like the background ambient kind of like drop back music, I still quite like it. It's very modest and less intrusive. That's a pretty decent ad. I like it. Hopefully that doesn't come up after every single lesson.
悪いレビュー。
悪いレビュー。悪い。Pretty decent ad. Well done.
必ず悪いレビューをたくさん書きます。
必ず レビューをたくさんor
ぬるくない、ぬるく、レビューをたくさん。
ね、
悪い。
悪い。レビューをたくさん書きます。
書きます。必ず悪いレビューをたくさん書きます。
Not my jam. I don't prescribe this. 西。頭。壁。No. I looked at what wall looks like. 壁。頭。Oh no. Oh no. I don't remember. Oh, you know what? I just recently had a... Oh, this character is related to another Chinese character. Oh, because it's simplified. Yeah, what was this character part of? It was recent. Or something very similar. Oh well. Yeah, anyways, back to Atama. Atama is... Wait, is that it? Yeah, I think that's it.
クリニック。
悪い。私も悪いレビューを書きました。
私もレビューを悪い書きました。
悪い書きました。私も悪いレビューを書きました。私も悪いレビューを書きました。悪い。
I put 悪い in the wrong place. Weird.
このスカートは黄色いです。
このスカートは黄色いです。
黄色い。
シャツ。飛行機。映画。帽子。
今日は早く家に帰ります。
今日は早く家に帰ります。
黄色いセーターを着ました。
黄色いセーターを着ました。はい、着ました。
黄色いセーターを着ました。
Imagine wearing a yellow sweater. It's been a while since I had anything. Yellow.
朝早く起きました。
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 彼女に手紙を出した。
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 English is hard. English, wait, sent out? Okay. Oh no, I don't remember this. Notice. Change. One is kakitome. Kakitome is probably change. Kakitome. Yusho. notice is it has no in it. Something she? I don't.
通知
Oh, chi. Oh, tsu. Oh, yeah, tsuchi.
通知
Old. Tsuchi. Yeah. Tsuchi. Nope. Lost on me. Oh, this is. How does this work now? So we're doing the change of address, right? So we do
住所
jusho no change.
書き留め
So 住所の書き留めを
通知
通知する or maybe でした。
出し
I mean 出した。No, that
出
doesn't.
し
Wait. Oh no. Oh, we sent out. Never mind.
た
出した。No, that's not how that works.
書き留め通
This
知
way. So this could be in a different order. I think it's this order. Yusho kakitome. So change of address is in a notice of this. Or is it the other way around? This, no, that? Oh no. Oh no, kakitome is not that. It's oh my gosh, it's hen. What was this? Henko. Right, henko. It's a henko. What is kakitome? Oh, is change. Kakitome. Oh, write down. Kakitome is to write down. Kaki is already in.
この小包を航空便で送りたいのですが。
Oh no, this is where we're reaching our limits, so we gotta review. You know, too frequent. Errors are too frequent. Oh no. This kono tsutsumi. No. Kotsutsumi. Kono kotsutsumi o oh no. Maybe like Koyu beam de send okuri tai no desu ga.
この小包を航空便で送りたいのですが。
Oku beam de okuri tai no desu ga.
この小包を航空便で送りたいのですが。
okuri tai no desu ga.
この小包を航空便で送りたいのですが。
この小包を航空便で送りたいのですか? I would like this. Yeah, would like. So ga. Edo was kind of used in Unit 2. I would like this parcel sent by airmail. Wait. You got a funny thing for me? Yeah, go ahead.
2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。
I'm missing the middle part.
2人の子供
2人の子供は2人の子供は and then gone.
2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。は2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。お
I'm stuck on one thing. You just went to the shop and said, everyone, good day, have fun. All Russians answered me, same. That's kind of cool.
2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。
Oh. 大学まで大学までですだった。Oh wait. What?
2人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。
出すのは大変だった。Oh, it's tough to send two kids to college. Oh yeah, I remember this. You're disappointed? I think they're gonna... Wait, what do you mean by... You're disappointed? Study... 二人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。Man, that is difficult to wrap my head around on first here. Oh, you thought they were all sad? Oh. But it's not. I see. It was tough sending to. Oh, here we go again.
二人の
子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。How's your beverage? You know, it's like your country war, but you keep smiling. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. Tension. Right, tension. Package. 包みを
航空
の航便で送ってください。For you, it was weird. I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine if you were also outnumbered in the establishment. 包みを航空便で送ってください。I don't think you need to get anything. If you want it, I'll give it to you after the stream. I'll remind myself somewhere. Now a change of how do I screw this up? Call, and call. Well, that's fine. There are a lot of those slots. And now the change of so
住所
住所変更のnotice oh no 通知を送りました or 出した
出した
either I suppose. I have not. It's been a very long time. Although, because of Discord and stuff, it seems like the guy is playing video games and stuff. Or at least I saw activity. Hopefully he's alright. And everything's going well. He's fine. I haven't talked to him in a while.
The countdown has begun.
Oh no, it might show up every single lesson. Oh no, that might be a little aggressive.
ボールをこっちに投げて。
ボールをこっちに投がって。Oh, hey. I've used this character before too. Oh, but it's not related. What was this for? Investment? Oh, yeah, that's not even close. You saw him online too? He didn't talk to you? That's unfortunate. Nagate. 投げて。
ボールをこっちに投げて。
投げて。こっち。
新しい彼氏は水泳が得意です。
Oh, I can write 水泳。彼氏。水泳が得意。I can also. Oh no. What is 得意? Does it have anything to do? No. No 得意. 得意 is rough. Oh, wait. Oh, that E. It's the second time? I see. Oh, you're okay. You lost another friend before? I see. Yeah. Circumstances. Stuff. Hopefully you have other friends. It's tough losing someone after a long time. Ensan no Inu wa surfing ga tokui. The right tokui. Tokui desu. Surfing.
サーフィン。
黒いスニーカ
黒いスニーカー。黒い。黒い。黒い。In 2013 year. Oh. Oh, okay. Were you able to make a new friend in the process though? Lately? Do you have new peeps?
Ball.
Any opportunities? Ball. Ballを
こっち
こっち。お
に
こっち Oh no.
に
Oh no. こっちに
投げて
花さんはいいスポーツ用品を使います。
That sounds great. I mean, it's been a while since I've been throwing it's been a while having long-term friends, like new long-term friends here as well. It's very relatable. One is one more, right? 花さんはいいスポーツ用品 I don't think so. 用品を使います。使う。He's like your cousin? Well, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that you were able to make new friends. I feel that's a thing that it's quite a lot rarer these days than one might think. Especially one that feels like a cousin.
"新しいパートナーはスポーツが大好きです。スポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。よくテレビでスポーツの試合を見ます。
黒い
黒いスニーカー。
洗濯もできます。
洗濯も洗濯もできます。洗濯。That seems a little weird. At the Kairu. We'll keep it this. And then something like this. Oh boy. Oh no, wait. This is sentaku. Well, I guess I might as well soji just in case. I was writing soji. Oh, the left radical is not correct. Oh, the bottom is not correct either. I was writing soji though. Sentaku is fine. Oh, right. Right, that was the bottom radical. And this was the left radical. Soji. Sentaku is... Sentaku... No, I think I got something. Oh no. Oh no, wait, that's it. Oh, I didn't even realize. I had suspicions when I flipped it. That's fine. Sentaku is it hard to learn Japanese for you? As Chinese, I mean? It's okay. I don't have anything to compare it to. Like the last time I learned language, it was in a classroom. So this is very different. So I don't have any like point of reference. The closest point of reference I can relate to is if it was like any other skill, like, you know, learning how to code, for example. I think the last time when dealing with language would be like learning Python or something. I don't think it's any less or more difficult. When learning Python, it's about that amount of time as well nowadays, actually. Sentaku mo dekimasu. It takes dedication like anything else.
Soji.
Oh, there's soji. I guess we... and here's my 2 cents. Do you have a friend? If you have a friend, no more difficult than that. At least less difficult than that. If you know what I mean. So you got this. If you're ever interested in learning another language. That's some perspective right there, I suppose. If you have good friends around you, the sky is the limit. It takes a very special dedication and commitment to maintaining relationships. You might, one might argue, well, of course, right? It's very unfortunate that I would say this, but there are quite a lot of people who love language learning, but I would not be convinced that they have a lot of close friends. And what I mean by that is really close friends, but friends that are like joined at the hip, 10 years plus, because while their language is incredible, like they're very competent, they learn a lot about the language, using the language and talking about the language and talking to others about the language, that reveals to me, in my opinion, I hope they have some very special friends, because those behavior and the type of conversation skills that they have require a very specific type of friends. They don't, in my opinion, adhere statistically to a level of emotional intelligence that would resonate with a lot of people. Yeah, that's our daily bot to remind me that I'm live on Twitch. Yeah, it happens once every day. Maybe like occasionally we get a double, and then occasionally we get triple. We hit the jackpot when we get it when we get three bots. Entaku. And of course, it's not like I'm saying they're incapable of it or they're the normalization a lot of times is that a large majority of people are looking for companionship through online interactions. So it's not uncommon to bump into people who are looking for companionship, and their avenue, to lower the social anxiety barrier and stuff. The interactions, the most common type of level of interactions they have are whatever is normal online, like making a commentary on a correction and speaking incredibly technical, and then making a statement like, oh well, I can't be emotionally intelligent because it's the system that restricts my ability to be emotionally intelligent. That to me is more of an excuse than it is demonstrating that there are very emotionally intelligent people online that are able to function that way. But that would be like picking cases that confirm my interest versus cases that go against. There are far more cases or anecdotal experience with individuals who have I would consider it somewhat of a deficient, very obvious cues that would suggest a different generational gap in interpersonal skills. Oh, you know 5 languages, but what's the but?
Lettuce salad はいりません.
Lettuce salad はいりません. Oh, we have いる. We have いる? Yeah, we have いる. The but is can't talk to anyone. Oh. Have you considered are there not like places like Discords or internet communities that you are comfortable interacting or have time to? Because I know you gave me the impression that you have a lot of things going on as well. And also you have a significant other, so you tried? I see. Can be tough given your situation. Lettuce salad. We don't lettuce salad. Salad lettuce. Wait. Lettuce salad. We don't need lettuce salad? Salad lettuce. Oh no. Which one comes first? I'm gonna go with this one. Okay.
Nodo.
Nodo. Nodo. I don't think we have the kanji for that yet. Nodo. Onaka. Onaka. Lettuce salad or salad lettuce? English. They mean so different. I'm kind of curious if English, when someone is learning English, do those situations come up too often? Because their word order is different. So like a lot of times the modifier in a word order, like a lot of times the nose and stuff, because lettuce salad is very different from salad lettuce. If you're going to get a lettuce salad, is different from you're going to get salad lettuce. Salad lettuce for salads. Well, it's we have to remember compared to burger. No, fruit salads. Fruit salads are very common in Asian Asian marks. I figure when they say lettuce salad, they're probably contrasting it with fruit salads. So fruit versus veggie salads. There's also cabbage salads. Or I guess Americana would think of slaw. Slaw. I actually don't know how to spell coleslaw. Is it with an E or? I don't know. Thanks, Nojo. Yeah, slaw. So probably this. Oh, it's coleslaw. Yeah. So, oh, it is spelled with this way. Oh, I didn't even realize. I thought maybe it's like some weird spelling, like. Sorry, this is why English is. Every time I go to spell something, I just think of pray for the pray for the people who are learning English. That's personally my take though. Like whenever I think of things like slaw, I'm like, oh no, how do you spell the aw part? Yeah, coleslaw. Coleslaw. If I'm coming from a like a foreign language perspective, I would probably say like, oh, this is laugh. Right? This is laugh. Then it's got to be slaff, right? Like, no, wait, why is this laugh? Because how did this produce the sound laughed? Oh, you call it in Russian, you call it coleslaw? Oh, coleslaw. I like it without the W. Ah, coleslaw. Oh, I kind of like it. Yeah, see, like, and then you saying like, oh, well, it's just laugh with an S, and I'm like, no, sorry, that's not. It's like laugh. I don't even know how you get laugh from this. Wait, is this laugh? Am I crazy? This is how you spell laugh, right? Yeah, like how the heck do you get laugh from this? Someone explain to me how this is laugh. Yeah, you pronounce UGH differently. Yeah. What the heck? Ugh. What do you get? What do you do this? When you stand alone here, it's like it's not even like off. It's not even off. This is like ugh. I don't phonetics is English. You know, like ugh. It's closer to like ugh. Like ugh. Ugh. And then somehow when you get this, you get af. You get af. And sure. World's language. World's language, alright.
お腹
Onaka.
レタス、
Lettuce.
レモン、
Lemon. Oh, that what you call it, this reminds me of that McIntyre the comedy skit. He specifically talked about this as an example of silent letters. How did he do it? Yogurt. The way the guy did it was really funny. Like yogurt. Yogurt? Oh my goodness.
ヨーグルト、
Yoguruto. Actually, you know what? I can get behind yoguruto. At least yoguruto is here. You see yoguruto, right? Yoguruto instead of yogurt. Okay. I'll be shocked if anyone of you could like native Russian speak. Yeah, I can't speak Russian.
ポストにハガキを入れました。
ポストにハガキを入れました。or 入りました。No, 入れました。
ポストにハガキを入れました。
よく heard. What was the other one? Oh, school. Like pool. But school. In Russian, we got word, oh, it's for yogurt. I see. At some point, you just know, and then you realize that even natives can't spell either. I know, right? I can't tell you how often. Well, okay. The real point is, I typically don't say these things out loud, right? You know, like native speak. If you're thinking about native speak, like I don't say it out loud. But since I'm streaming, I want to say these things out loud because it's funny, right? Like, usually when someone says like, "Oh, hey, pacifist," I'm like, pacifist. Yep. And then you don't like, people are like, yep, that's how you spell pacifist. And in your mind, you're like, I better not reveal that I'm not so confident about how to spell pacifist. That kind of thing, you know, decorum, right? It's almost very Japanesey actually, or Chinesey in a way, like Asian, where like, don't reveal you're the fool, right? If you're unsure, don't do anything. Like, prevent yourself from being in a compromised position. Avoid being in a compromised position. However, when streaming, I'm basically doing the opposite for the entertainment. I would love to actually learn Latvian, but Eastern European is so difficult for you. But it's your birth country's language. Oh, Blair, I was unaware. Glad you love to come back to stream. Yes, with confidence. What was it? Fake it until you make it. Otherwise, you're Russian. Ah, okay. Yeah, fake it until you make it. What's a word that I have problems spelling pretty consistently? Oh, reminisce. I think there's a C. Wait. No. Is this an I? Yeah, so like reminisce, and then yeah, I think that's it, right? Yeah, see, this is a good example. This is an excellent example of like what face. Like, okay, hear me out. How would I write it off of like using like Japanese go or Spanish, right, approach? It would be nest. Reminisced. Hang on, let me double check this spelling. Yeah. Yes. I can reminisce. I like the word. The word is great, but every time I go to write it, I'm like, I have to pause for a little bit because of English. You know, you got great words, you know, like serendipity, right? Serendipity is like, oh, serendipity, right? Like, oh yeah, serendipity, that's awesome. Like, all the letters are there, you know? Seren, it, right? That's like, Japanese and even Spanish friendly, you know? Serendipity, it's all there. And then you go to Saran wrap. And you think, how the heck do you spell Saran? Saran? I can go on all day about English. Is that how you spell Saran? Oh no, it's not. It's heckin' Saran. Jeez. I chose another word that kind of sort of reminds me of serendipity. So Saran, right? Because you're using like this Saran part, but man, I don't know. Sometimes you just know. You just know. You just know. I don't know what I don't even know where to start. Bang. I don't even know what to start. I can't even read that. It's kind of like I give you this and then you have to read it. And like I don't know. The guess is as good as anything else. It's not it doesn't use Roman characters, right? So like when you start here, you have to read this. So if I gave you this, I don't know where you would start. Where would you just start when you're pronouncing this? We gotta start somewhere. Postal. But in Russian, it's just like this. I don't know what that is either. Yeah, the character representation has to be deciphered first. Yeah. Like now, this is as clear as day. Like now, when I see this, I also see the Roman characters at the same time. Right. Like I see both the Roman characters and the characters. I could try to pronounce it. There's no way I can pronounce it because there's no functional sound to any of the characters. So I could call it like parent, father, and it would be perfectly fine because it looks like parent and it looks like father. You're trying to elicit someone to try to pronounce it based on the shape and the tactility, but when you learn a different language with different depictions, in British English is like this. I see. Something in British English is like this. I don't know. Father. It kind of looks like father. It's fracture. That doesn't look like fracture, but I can kind of see what you mean. Like it wouldn't give me fracture, the sound of fracture. So you're asking me to pronounce something. So I wouldn't do it in the first place. It's very different. You say you know more than one language, right? You know 5 languages. I think it's very relatable if I don't actually know if those 5 languages have relations in their writing system. But since I started Japanese and Chinese, the thing you're asking me to do is no longer something that I would do because I know languages with different writing systems. Like it would be very difficult to come up with a cohesive commitment to looking at something that has a different writing system. Not even if it's basically the same shape. It wouldn't tell you the sound. You should say 3 of the 5 are pretty close. Well, then if the other 2 of the 5 are not close to the 3, then I would say asking that question is kind of weird, considering that you would probably appreciate that asking another person who understands 2 different writing systems to guess at how to pronounce something, because I wouldn't be able to know how to pronounce it. I'd probably use a pronunciation system that already exists. You know, right? So if you tell me it looks like fracture, then I would say fracture. I wouldn't attempt to pronounce it in whatever that is supposed to sound like. I would say fracture. Like if I don't know the word for, I don't know, iremashita, I would probably just say put. Yeah, I would say like postal ni akaki or put, as opposed to guessing what this is, because there's no reference. Now there is, but in the beginning there wouldn't be. I would just substitute with something that I can say. I mean, we read Slavic. We've got Slav languages for all. Okay. So you're telling me you have a language that uses this writing system, and you can read this writing system based on the languages you know. Put the postcard in your... Oh no. The post. Yeah? Well, that makes you unable to relate to me then. So, I was kind of saying no, but since you say yeah, then you can't relate to me anymore. So when you're asking a question, I'm explaining something you can't relate to anymore. If you think that your Slavic language for all somehow makes you be able to guess at sounds in a different writing system, right? I would not, since I'm not Slavic, or I do not have knowledge of Slavic languages yet.
薬
Suri. I don't plan on it, so sorry about that. There's only so much time to understand languages. I also have my 5 languages of choice as well.
薬
Suri.
運動
言葉。
はがき
Oh, はがき。国。
国ポスト
Post. Is it Slavic for you? Sounds weird? I don't know. I didn't really discern what is Slavic and what isn't. I think when it comes to sound, it's different from reading. I think sound sounds like music. Most things sound like music. When it comes to sound, I think of them as pitch and duration. Pitch, duration, volume. Pitch, duration, volume. So, if you gave me a language that I don't understand, then I discern it by pitch, volume, and duration. Like you would listen to musical instruments. So they don't sound weird. Largely because it's sound. I think you already asked that, didn't you, Hideyoshi? Or did you ask that to another person? Oh, I think you were asking... Right. You were asking, Lotus earlier. Oh, you asked it earlier to Bang? Oh, I see. I already put that envelope in the mailbox. Okay.
あの 封筒
Oh, that's not. 封筒に Oh no. ポストに。
ポストに
封筒は
は封筒は
Yes. ポスト
もう
はもうポストにポストに
届き
届きました。
また
Oh, here. Oh no, it's put. Dang it.
ポ
I'm
ストに
getting
ハガキを入
distracted.
れました。
I'm getting way distracted. Stop. Oh, you got to pet a dog? Nice. What kind of dog was it? Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, wait. Yeah.
封筒は
封筒は
もう
もう
ポストに
ポストに入れまし
い
た。
ました
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Wait, did they change it? Oh no, I think you actually have an ad after every lesson. Uh-oh. That's a little dubious. I think we might have to change gears today, and then we'll wrap it up tomorrow. Yeah, let's wrap it up tomorrow. Tomorrow is the start of our review process. So I don't know how far this goes back. How far does this go back for the 100 days? Oh, it's got to be after like section 47. So 100 days, 3 days, that's about 37 back. I mean 34 back, which brings us up to about 47. Yeah, it's kind of close. It's around 47. Yeah, so we're gonna chill next time. We're gonna chill next time. It might actually be 54, unit 54. So what we're preparing from now on is that we're no longer learning things for the next couple days, like 3 or 4 days, as I prepare for doing my review session and talk about the things that I've changed and the things that I will probably be modifying in the next 100 days. Oh, it was a lot of things, Chern. We were joking about English. I think when JC came in, it was about... Oh, we were talking about... slaw. We were talking about slaw. And then how slaw is related to slaw, which is not a word, by the way, but you could spell it this way, slaw. But the weird thing is slaw is not related to laugh, which is laugh. But laugh is not related to ugh. coleslaw. It's a cabbage. It's a cabbage. Cabbage and some like mixed vegetables. With I guess mayo thing that is often with like a protein thing. It's like it's kind of akin to the cabbage salad that acquaints like that accompanies like Japanese cuisine. Only instead of using minus the mayo, it's kind of like that stuff in a cup on the side. So your garden vegetables variety, but it's like a more denser thing. It's like a palate cleanser kind of thing. But it kind of looks like whitish cream mixed with a lot of like various vegetables, but it could be cabbage, mixed vegetables like carrots and whatnot. But yeah. Coleslaw. Anyways, so next couple days, we're going to review. So basically, I'm going to put a timer on myself. We're going to timer myself. And then try to do as much review as possible. So we're going to go through, click on random things, try to sample, remind myself of all the things that I probably have spotty memory. There's so many things that over the course of this, I have so many things that I didn't manage to keep like consistent in terms of repetition. However, we're gonna try to do around for our 300th and maybe like third stream of Japanese is that we're gonna spend a 2-day process attempting to recall all of them. So I think it goes all the way back to units, the last 100 days. It's somewhere here. So it's one of these units. Well, I'm going to have to look back. That's why we record these things. So we're going to look back on these and then we're going to try to do it in 2 days. Just see all our mnemonic devices in one sheet, like all the constructs we made, and see if there's some connections with all the constructs. It's a great way to review. Kind of like a midterm or a final exam kind of thing. So the next couple of days will be more like a review, crunch time, practice exam thing, which I feel is very at home to anyone who uses Anki, because generally that type of flashcard system would be doing it every day, which is great for memory aid and whatnot. I happen to not do it that way most of the time. I review at the end by recalling all the things I construct along the way. So that could include flashcards. You're still in the Japanese section? I'm ending my Japanese session today now. So, and then we're moving to Chinese because I didn't. We had to cut it a little earlier today. I don't want to be too. I'm reviewing what I'm gonna do. So, so for the next couple of days, we're gonna say the next week, there won't be learning in Japanese. We're now gonna try to review Japanese and then do like a progress report kind of thing. I haven't done this in a long while, and I don't think I've done this since I met you, Karen. Before, when I started, I did a progress report at 25 days. Yeah, I already completed, yes. For today. I did a progress report at 25 days, around 50 days, 75, or actually not 75. Then I think I moved it up to at 100 days, 150. Oh, actually, yes, 150. I did another 50 days. And now we're doing 100 days. since the last one. It might actually have been 100 to 200. But the idea is we're increasing the distance, right? And then we're going back further and further. For Chinese, it was, I think we started at 100 days. Oh, yeah, there was definitely a 150 days. There might have been a 125 too, because around 100 is when I started Chinese. It might have been 125. So from here to here, there was a 25 days for Chinese. And then there was a 75 days. Or something like that. Something close. And then there's a 100-day coming up for, which is 200 for Chinese. And those are the review days where I sit there in front of a blank sheet of paper and I talk and write and talk and write as much as I can. However, the volume has increased so much that I also take a couple days to review and like kind of go back through the things. And that's what we're going to do next week. So, time to change gears, right? Change gears. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, that's the plan. You know, slow and steady. You make your due diligence. It's probably the most exhausting thing to do, but it's also the most comforting thing to do, which is sit in front of a canvas and write whatever flows off your head, right? Regarding the things you studied. I think to me is a great way to, like, every once in a while, every 6 months or a year, however long you're doing something, sitting down and evaluating yourself again is a practice that I use all the time. You do it in professional field, you evaluate your own performance, your yearly performance, right, and things like that. So this is my way of keeping myself honest most of the time, and I'm recording it for posterity, right? I can actually review back as I'm go back to review these things. That's going to be the purpose. This is the longest period that I've done without a review. It has been a lot easier per se when it was 50 days, but I'm pushing my limits, so I'm trying to see as far as I can go. We might have to scale it back. 100 days has been tough. Like, I see a bunch of gaps showing up. Okay. So that wraps up Japanese. Thank you, folks. I had a really great conversation with Lotus this morning, or not this morning, at the beginning of the stream, about like kind of monetization in a sense, but more like decision making about subscriptions, especially like learning payment models and whatnot. Ooh, it was a very enthralling discussion because I get to unpack a lot of things that I've been working on. And Lotus was an incredible good sport about it and contributed in the discussion. So that's why I like doing things this way, right? You just don't know what you're gonna get yourself into and talk about. So until then, for those who are interested in Japanese or learning Japanese, maybe wait for another 7 days and check out the review or something, and we can talk about the progress there, like quote unquote progress, or how I feel. I've been writing down and trying to collect my thoughts. So until then, じゃあね、またね, right, 皆さん. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and get some glucose, and I'll be back for my lesson. Thank you. Also, feel free to continue having your conversations. I'm secretly looking over every once in a while.